Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello.
नहीं आया।
सुजीत कुमार
सुजीत आ गया।
सुजीत
आया।
कोई कहाँ
उधर बीच में बैठ।
कलर ऑफ मैं प्यार से हो गया BA batch, please pay attention here.
है सुजीत।
39A, 40, 41. Tanishq is in OC, ना?
तनिष्क आ गया है ओसी में।
Tanishq is 42A,
बाकी
43, 43. कल भी मांग रहे हैं तो 44A, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. कहाँ पे है? 51, 52, 53. I'm leaving these two.
ये अनन्या का प्रेजेंट है। मैं केस फॉर्म का उसको इन्फॉर्म किया।
आरसी में
नहीं केस फॉर्म का।
अरे ये 2-3 लोग आ गए शुभम तुषार वगैरह।
तन्मय आया है।
जैसे तन्मय शुभम जो
शुभम
ये वाले which one and तुषार
OC and the summit changes.
नहीं हाँ
अभी ठीक है बट इधर इधर आ जाओ।
नेक्स्ट वाले से करा लें।
हाँ
ओके
Good morning to all who's gathering present. It's a privilege for me to welcome you all to the second day of Creatives, the International Business Conclave for IIT Delhi, spanning over 3 days and 8 summits, covering the major themes of business. The first event of the day is the National Finance Summit, hosted by the capital, the Finance and Investment Club of IIT Delhi. In super scale, I would like to invite you with Mario from IIT.
Thank you, Robert. A very good morning to the respected professor, distinguished guests, and fellow students. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to the National Finance Summit 2023. Capital, the Finance and Investment Club of IIT Delhi, work towards developing interest, enhancing knowledge, creating awareness, and promoting student-industry interaction in the field of finance. It aims to provide students with insights into different domains of the financial service industry, such as investment banking, treasury, equity research, and corporate finance. We are proud to host the National Finance Summit under the aegis of Trade Winds 2023. Our theme for this year's summit is the future of Indian markets as we navigate through the opportunities and challenges in global capital markets. The theme has been chosen to keep in mind the increasing importance of India as a player in capital markets worldwide against the backdrop of a challenging time for the global economy. We aim to have a fruitful and holistic discussion on how investments will unfold in the Indian capital markets, keeping in mind the global scenario. Now, I would like to invite our esteemed guests for the summit. First, we have moderator for the day, Dr. Shiba Kautil, who is Professor and Head of Finance Department and ICC Division at IIFT. On behalf of Capital, we would like to honor you with a bouquet as a token of our gratitude. Introducing our panelists, we have Mr. Manish Johari, who is currently Consulting Director at Maple Capital Advisors. Further, we have Ms. Bharka Chhabra, Director, Mergers and Acquisition at 1-to-1 ILO Consulting. Next, we have with us Mr. Gurmeet Chadha, Managing Partner and Chief Investment Officer at Complete Circle Capital. We also have with us Mr. Parvez Abbas, currently the Assistant Director at Equity Knowledge Partner. Unfortunately, due to a medical situation, Mr. Tushar Kansal will be unable to join us today for this summit. Now, I would like to take this moment to introduce Fintellect, which is the annual magazine published by our club. This year's magazine covers important topics from sovereign green bonds to the impact of digital disruption on retail investing in India. We have covered yearly roundups of Indian and global public and private markets. We have also incorporated best articles from the article writing competition hosted on Unstopped, which saw more than 400 registrations from various universities across the country. Now, I request our guest and fellow ACC to help us unveil the magazine on the stage.
Starting off with the summit, we would like to call upon Dr. Shiva Kapil, Professor and Head of the Finance Department at IIFT Delhi. A renowned professor herself, she has over 25 years of experience in research and academics. Her interests span across the diverse fields of global value chain, trade and investments, alternative investments, mergers and acquisitions, valuation, and international finance. He has held several positions in IIFT Delhi, including as a director of IIFT. She has also been instrumental in building vital relationships with foreign universities as the head of the ICT division. In addition to her engagement at IIFT, Dr. Kapil is a member of NAAC, a distinguished author of several books and cases, and she also currently serves as on the editorial board of several Indian and international peer-reviewed journals. In 2019, she was felicitated with the prestigious Emerald Literary Award. We are pleased to have you with us now, and we request you to give an introductory speech to the audience.
Good morning, everyone, and I welcome all the distinguished panel members to the tables. I will not keep you waiting with my introductory speech. I think let the panel members speak. But yes, as the topic goes for today, that is the global financial markets, the global capital markets, and the kind of presentation we have to see in the global markets, in the financial market. See, as far as the global economy is concerned, US, China, Europe are moving towards recession, and we all know that. The contagion impact has been very strong. The IMF has downgraded global economic growth data around 1.7% for 23 and 2.7% for around 20. But in this whole gamut of activities, you see Indian growth rates being very, very strong. So we have been upgraded by around 6 to 6.5% is what we see 23-24 for Indian markets. So that's it. I think I welcome all the panel members once again to the forum, and I thank all the students for participating in this event. And over to the Finance Club.
Thank you for the distilled insight on the topic. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Manish Johari, currently the Consulting Director at Maple Capital Advisors. With over 32 years of experience in the field of fundraising and growth strategy, Mr. Johari has a penchant for helping budding startups across diverse industries and has closely worked with early stage startups on growth strategy, funding, and strategic alliances. Mr. Johari has also served as a top executive and advisor in various firms. Previously, he worked as the Senior Vice President and Partner Investor Relations at Agility Ventures. He also played an instrumental role as the Senior Vice President at Lead Angel, where he helped build an all-round service offering to provide support to startups at every stage of its life cycle. A regular speaker in industry events, we are honored to host him at IIFT. I request Mr. Johari to address the audience.
Thank you for the kind words. I hope I'm audible to all.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So a very good morning to all of you, and honored and humbled to be invited for such an august audience and a very elite and eclectic panel. The topic for today, as I say, is what are the opportunities in the Indian markets vis-a-vis the challenges that arise in the global capital markets, right? So, I mean, I've been in the startup area for more than 25 years now. So, the first things first, what are our strengths? Can anyone tell me what is the biggest strength of India? We've had more than 4 recessions in these 25 years, global, but India has come out clean of all of them. What do you think is the reason that we've been, largely untouched by these recessions? Can anyone take a call on that.
Population has less needs. Population is high, the needs, and the needs are lesser.
Our population is there, but we have a captive consumption over here. We have exports, no doubt, but I mean, there is so much that people need over here that we don't need to wait. Yes, and like earlier, people used to say that this is our disadvantage, you know, a huge population. But that actually, if you see in the economic terms, it converts into an advantage because you're not dependent on anyone. Okay, you have the right product, you have a decent enough pricing, it will be taken. There's an offtake for everything. Like if you take the example of Bombay, आप खाने की कोई भी चीज लगा लो, it could be a stand, it could be a kiosk, it could be a restaurant, it could be a pop-up. If it's a good product at the right price, you will be sold out, no two ways about it. Okay, the same as for India. So globally, highly challenged environment, as Ma'am Shiba had said, you know, that you have recessionary trends in US, in Europe. You have, if you see the oil and gas side, the energy crisis, that is there thanks to the Russia and Ukraine extended war. And now, of course, you have Israel and this thing coming up. You have the Qatari government saying that we will stop any production. So you can assume that the prices will go still higher. What you need, what happens with this is you've got oil, gas, which will not be available. You've got energy that will climb up the thing. You've got unemployment that is rising up the charts. And most of the central governments across the developed world are raising the interest costs. With that in place, what happens is capital markets, especially the equity markets, they start tanking, which is what we've seen. And I mean, my topic would largely surround around startups. So when you're talking about high interest rates in US and going forward into Europe also, what happens is LPs, they stop the allocation of funds for your venture funds or private equity funds. The moment that happens, it means that globally, and that is what we've seen, you know, anything beyond Series D, or in fact, anything beyond Series C, you see the numbers falling. It's like it's a fraction of what it was last year, right? And the moment you see that happening, then what happens is you will have layoffs across the board. You will have companies shutting down, and they could be listed companies also for that matter. It need not be have to be startups. So anyone who is challenged for funds, okay, will because what has happened is startups by default were taking that excess money and, you know, providing freebies to the customers at large so that they ship from the competitors to them. Okay, today Zomato is by far the largest food provider to anyone. There is no restaurant chain which goes beyond that, right? And similarly across the board, you know, I mean, if you take the example of Zerodha, if you take the example of Grow, I mean, who would have thought, you know, I mean, having a business of wealth management of more than $250 million. Okay, most people didn't even imagine 250 crore ka hota tha. AUM, if you have 250 crore, people used to be really happy with that, right? Today, these guys are having net profits of 2,000 crores. That's huge. That's what technology can do. But again, so these guys have grown, and the people who are doing well, even the companies that have been recently listed, who are doing well, are ones which did not depend on VC money or private equity money. They bootstrapped, or they ensured that, you know, they have a positive contribution margin, not just positive gross margin, right? And same is the case. So the challenges that are there in the global side, how they convert into the Indian opportunity. India demand is already there. You got people, you got innovative ways, you got access to technology, you got access to manpower. Okay, whether it is people on the technology side or the marketing side. Yes, there is a lesser dependence on the digital front right now, especially in the marketing side, because CACs have gone through the roof, right? So you need to find innovative solution, and that's what you all are here for, right? And having said that, the moment you have an innovative solution, you will provide a better offering. You can grow without funding also, or with little funding. What is not stopped is, interestingly, the early stage funding. If you call pre-seed funding or seed funding or pre-series A round, okay? These are still at it because those opportunities, those white spaces continue to exist. And in fact, it'll be great if, quite a few of you take those challenges and instead of going for a job, take on the challenge to start a new company. If you have a good idea, trust you me, I'm here to back you guys. Okay. Of course, that should translate into something which can be done. And you have a team to start with who can execute it. Happy to look at it. At Maple, we have, in fact, the backed people who did not even have a tissue paper plan. So the early stage ecosystem, if you see most of the VCs, large VCs, everyone is now looking at even less than $500,000 kind of funding also, which means the terrain that was largely for the angel funds or the micro VCs, in that everyone is trying to come because they don't see much opportunities in the larger side of the thing, because VCs largely is like, you have to hold it for some time and you have to pass it on. Now, what has happened is the Tiger Globals of the world, if they start funding $5 million deals, then that surely means that they are not looking at any 50 million, 100 million, or $200 million kind of a deal. And if they are not looking at that, that means your series D, E, F is hard to get. In fact, right now I'm talking to quite a few founders who have left who were founders of companies, okay, have a turnover of nearly 1,600 crores right now, on the path to profitability, and he just moved out and is looking at starting his own venture. Why? Because the initial growth that you can capture, because of your innovativeness, because of your differentiation in your product, because of some unfair advantages that you should have ideally to start something. If you do that, you can have a 10 crores gain in the first year. There are companies that I've invested in 1 year's time. In 2 years' time, I'm actually sitting at a 10 crores kind of a thing in less than 2 years. So that happens because you have white spaces. Again, India has a huge population. There are lots of demand of people, and many of these demands are unmet. Especially if you see the rural side, if you see the agri side, if you see the tier 3 city side, there's a lot of stuff that we can do for those people. And if you do it right, trust you me, you can be the next Dehat, you can be the next Zerodha, you can be without needing a person like a Tiger or a SoftBank or anything of that sort. So again, I would just like to end it with saying, these are actually words by our Prime Minister. Nishana chook maaf. Nahi maaf means nishana. So aim high, aim so high. If you miss it, that is forgivable. But if you don't aim high enough, that is not forgivable. So aim high and be there, go there, change the world, make the world a better place. Thank you.
And move on to extremely detailed and approachable articulation on the obvious stuff.
Further,
I would like to call upon Ms. Vanna Chandra, currently Merger and Acquisition Division of IIFT. I experience leader in the financial industry with Bharata have managed my functions, including removing and reconstruction, with capital funding, And guys, during a long enough career at ICI, she made 6,000 crores across a wide range of instruments, including public issue of bonds of 2,000 crores. She was successfully managed by creating infrastructure bonds, catering to approximately 4 lakh investors. She has had a profound impact on Indian capital markets. According to the company secretary, Ms. Bala completed her MBA from the Department of Financial Studies, University of Delhi. With that, I request Ms. Bala to please address us. Thank you.
Very good morning to everyone. Thank you for having me here. I hope I will be able to add some value to an already very illustrious audience. First of all, this congratulations on your newsletter. I found it very informative, and the topics are your classes very pertinent, and I love each of those topics, and I will go to them carefully. Thank you. And such a that you have chosen one world, one economy, one future. The subject of IIFT is actually a very apt subject, as this is as Asia is going to dominate the next 10 years, as as the Prime Minister has already mentioned, and it's the call of the decade, that's the America. And all the India's actually poised for enormous growth. And in this growth, India will be leading the world as a mission. And as we see, the world is happening for the past couple of years, right? Starting from, I must say, century and today, enormous changes have come, have taken place. And so far, there will be markets, countries, economies, and now we see that we are totally influencing all of the countries are dependent on each other. But I mean, while the global growth rate is just around 3%, India is poised to grow at about 6.3 to 6.5%, which gives us a clear edge over all the other countries across the world. In fact, it's an indicator that we are driving the growth story of the world. And hence, for this purpose, India and the leadership in the country has been moving towards development of infrastructure, for development of SMEs, for ESG, for daily investors. Because ultimately, whatever growth in India will be led by investors in these sectors, and in this current state, control of the capital markets. Because every capital markets is underlying both equity, debt, commodities, derivatives, etc. But if you want to drive the bonds, investments are required in the various areas. The capital markets have a very important function to play. Now, over the past couple of years, there have been developments, there have been very strong developments in the Indian capital market, both from the point of view of the regulations, from the point of view of the digitalization of the market, the technology, the digitization, and the way we are in fact, I think we are the fifth largest market cap across the world. So starting from a point where we are very stable public markets, now our stock exchanges have one of the largest capitalization in the whole world. And if the GDP is poised to rise to around say 5 to 5 that's our target. Imagine the kind of investments are required in the country. This is all take place through the capital markets, to the equity, to the bonds. Now, in the equity side, we see we already have, if you read newspapers, every second day you will find that there are some news pertaining to the international M&As, to the international funds pouring in investments in our companies. There was news of Abu Dhabi College of 4,000 crore in Reliance Retail. Then there was a fund launched by Japan and India, the funding fund was around $600 million. These are all indicating how closely India is working with the other countries, and investments are going in and out of the country for the developments of the markets. Now, coming back to the three aspects that I mentioned, infrastructure and SME, I just want to these two segments. We are very ambitious infrastructure development projects in the next couple of years by way of Shakti, by way of the national deposit and we also have the TIS going on development, which has led to a lot of corporate, large corporate in India. Almost so far, the government has been taking place with the government sources, but what we need is private participation. Now, when we call the private participation, we have a lot of private funds across the world. We have the French funds, Latin funds. But how do we gel these these private investments in the market? That's a challenge because there are very different risk factors across different economies. We have different risk appetites for these kind of investors, which are essentially long term. We also have long-term requirements. So these are certain issues that will have to be addressed. We have created an institution called NAFID last year in our budget, which is completely towards raising infrastructure development of Asia. And towards this, we have huge targets of raising this investment from the foreign sources, which could be a pension fund, retirement fund, other long-term funds. However, when it comes to target of funds, we find that besides infrastructure, it's the SMEs who form the backbone of the Indian economy, rather than say that's the backbone of the entire global economy. Because in India, almost 90% of the segment is dominated by SMEs, but the large part of debts and the costs that are raised if you find in the newspapers are by the large corporates. So there's a very big credit gap between what is required by the SMEs and what is available to them. That is one area where the gap can be bridged by way of the capital markets, which have to be very active. Because in the small and mid-cap space, we see there are a lot of governance issues, the market is not developed. The SMEs are not able to tap the bond markets because no matter how much the government has tried to bring about the reforms in the bond market last couple of years by way of market making, by way of many steps by strengthening the regulation. But this is still dominated by only institutional investors, the retail investors are not there, and there is an element of education which is lacking both on the part of the people, companies who require investors and the investors. So with this, I will leave you with some thoughts to so that we can discuss it once to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for your valuable insights on the topic now. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Gurmeet Chadha, co-founder and CEO of Complete Circle Capital, with over 15 years of expertise in private wealth management, banking, and mutual fund distribution. Mr. Gurmeet significantly contributed to the three-month growth as the vice president and investment head of the Power Group, increasing AUMs from 3,600 crores to 3,000 crores, and excels in debt and equity investing. Positioning himself as a competitor in the multi-layered wealth management sector. This is and is bring out for a new on the Indian markets. I am the biggest visitor to be the
Okay, then thank you for having me. My introduction stated all I think we eat stock markets. And I try and make it a little exciting for you. I know it's a Saturday of Pakistan match, finance is going well. So I tell you about making more money, probably that can be a little more smiling. So we are in a very exciting time, guys. I started my journey. I did my MBA in 2002. 2002 was a very bad year.
the dot-com bubble. Very few companies came to our campus. I was in India, University Law, IIFT Law. So HDFC backed out, Hindi backed out, LG backed out. And on day zero, we had ACP event. I was a commerce guy, no understanding was there. Probably they wanted a guy for Punjab to take me thinking I am from Punjab. So I got lucky that way. And 2003, Bajpayee government law selection, market hit 3 days of lower circuit, sunset came down to 4,000. Yeah, today anyone can tell me what is sunset right now? Anyone? 66. Okay, so it was 4,000 in 2004 when I did my MBA. It's become 16 times since I did my MBA 20 years back. Okay, it started at 100. It's at 66,000. It's 660x in last 42 years. When every day we ask market का क्या लगता है? Market का अच्छा लगता है, vehicle is something which we need to manage. Right, so the opportunities were very less. I did have a college in BCP, and then after 2 years, I joined as district bank. So the first one was always finance and markets. And since then, I worked across SDFC city and then started on my own in 2015. So 2003, after Manmohan Singh government came, the world saw a massive rally. Sunset became from 4,000 to 20,000 in those 4 years. And that's the best ever tool in your time. One was virtual meta and not deliberately touching it because that was the reason, right? This was more structural. We are seeing something similar now building up in India after a long period of time. I'm not saying it will become practical, that's one of the ideas. But the cycle is pretty similar, right? So one thing we learn in economy is how much is capacity utilization across countries. It's finally come back to 75%. So above when the companies start, working at 80-90% capacity, they start doing CapEx, right? Because they have to cater to more demand. So if you look at cement, for example, it's running at 90% capacity. If you figure out you want to book a car today, just try booking a car, you will not get your best amount before 12 months or 6 months. The cars, which there's a shortage and automatic access there, now it's coming back. You speak to any pharma guy, you will talk about CapEx. You meet any chemical company, there is one in Gurgaon, SRF, there are a lot of companies they will talk about CapEx. You go to an auto engineering vendor, again in Gurgaon manager, you go to Minda, you go to a Sandar technology, you speak to them, they will talk about expansion. Across sectors, if you speak to people, they are now investing. Reliance, Mukesh Ambani is talking about setting up 4 gigafactories, right? For clean energy. Reliance is again doing massive CapEx, right? So that's the first sign that economy is on expansion. The second sign is the supply chain exchange. Right? China, dependence on China, people want to reduce dependence on China. So China not only gave us COVID, sorry, I'm not being politically correct, but they also are the largest supplier of API. API is active pharmaceutical ingredients. Right? Salt 80% came from one. So they get COVID and one got China. So you had a virus, you had very little medicines to cater to that virus. Right? So that is shifting. Right? Electronic manufacturing shifting. Apple is now making iPhone 15 for India. Who would have thought, right? They're talking of $40 billion of iPhone and other products like American. Now, Apple is high precision electronic manufacturing. It's not assembly. Right? So if Apple will come to India, more things will follow. A lot of other guys will follow. Right? So a lot of places, I'm just trying to give you an example, the supply chains are getting realigned. So if we call it as China plus one opportunity to reuse it, right? That's the second thing. Third is credit demand. Right? Credit demand is the lifetime of the economy. Right? How much are you borrowing money? Right? You're not just borrowing money, buy the money. Your money would be borrowed, invest, to spend. If you're a business guy, you take limits, which means again the business activity is picking up. Last 12 months, the credit growth is 15%. Right? Power demand. Right? Power again is a proxy to economic activity. You're consuming power, right? That crossed 250 gigawatts last month. That's like 20% now. If you're consuming more power, means industry is using more power, all of us are consuming more power, right? So all these signals, if you just add together, we are entering into a massive investment cycle. That is government spending. So once the investment cycle starts, the economy expands, and then the more jobs created, there are more entrepreneurial opportunities created. So as this cover, I don't want to really make it a short session. As young entrepreneurs, as future business leaders, thought leaders, there are 5-6 pockets which will be of huge opportunity for India. And I just spent 30 seconds on each pocket, and then we can do the panel because we're talking India and uncertain. This is where the world is not doing, right? The first opportunity in India is the digital infrastructure. I think India has left a lot of nations behind, and this is actually taking everybody by surprise. Anybody know the UPI number for last month? August? My guess. So 10 billion transactions, 15.8 lakh crores, $200 billion of volume on UPI, which was made funds by Mr. Chidambaram in the parliament that who's going to use, there will be no internet, there will be no POS. So today, UPI is bulk of it's exceeded checks issued, it's exceeded RTGS, it's exceeded everything. Right? And you cannot do it over the phone. You don't need a very Wi-Fi over the planet. So huge. So what has happened is this stand which is we call it Trinity, Jandhar, Aadhaar, Mobile. Right? I think this linkage has taken India to the next level. So what is happening now is you go to an ice cream vendor, you go to a cobbler, you go to a fruit vendor, he will take money on UPI. A bank was not lending to them because they have no credit record. Now a bank can go and check his UPI and give him a 5,000, 10,000 rupees. Right? I was in Mumbai in Rajasthan, airport town. My client had to buy a land, so went there. It was scorching, it was 47 degrees there. Went to a small store, I saw a small finance guy there. I asked him, what are you doing? He said, I am trying to make financial service. This guy doesn't have returns. I'm making his books. I said, why are you doing that? He said, I will calculate what does he sell in a day, and I have to give him a micro lab of all that. उसका 15 साल से यहाँ job है Canada in the same village. He wants 1 lakh rupees loan by lab is loan against property, right? And I said, at what rate? He said 16%. I said, that's too high. He said he borrowed money at 5% from the local. Right? So what is happening is the credit creation in the economy is reaching to the lowest strata, right? So number of guys who did so in 2014 was 8 crores. Today it is 21 crores. And we are a country of 140 crores. So credit creation is a huge opportunity, right? And what this will do is once formal credit comes to everyone, you consume, you generate more income, you spend on education, you're a businessman, you spend on inventory, right? That's the lifestyle of people. That's something which will, so you see tremendous hiring and opportunities in lending in India. This is micro lending, SME lending, right? RBI has a lot of guidelines. The second opportunity, if you are engineer by background, or is manufacturing. India is seeing a manufacturing renaissance, right? There are 2-3 pockets where we are seeing this playing out in a very big way. One, as I said, is electronic manufacturing. A lot of China is also accused of snooping. So a lot of they put surveillance equipment, right? They put malware, right? So that is banned. UI has been banned in Canada and most regions, right? So electronic manufacturing services is a huge opportunity. Where you so EMS has 2 parts. One is plain EMS, where you just make as per the specification, right? That's a low margin business. One is ODM, original design manufacturing, right? So anybody having Dell laptop or Dell desktop, the LED panel that's made by Dixon, right? Dixon makes their panels and Dell buys it. So I make a product, and then the MNC would buy it too. Right? That's called ODM. So we are now moving from OEM to ODM. So all the air conditioners you see, the LG, the Samsung, they are made by Amber Enterprises. So they make AC, RC, and others buy it. This is the quality. So this is called ODM. So that's the second way, and then huge
4 pillars. Now, you may find products, you make parts. There's something called PCB. Printed circuit boards, which is used to make motherboards. That's hard to make. Right? The second stage is API, pharma. There are 55 odd molecules which are now in stage 3, which means that are almost likely to get commercialized. And of which Indian companies might back 10 or 12. So if you remember the COVID came, there was a molecule called molnupiravir, which was used for COVID drug, right? That DBs and others have got that order, right? From Pfizer, Merck. It's called contract manufacturing in pharma. Right? So what you see in electronics, I'm point of like to be here is contract manufacturing, but India will gain problems. Happening in textiles. How many of you wear super dry, Gap, HF, anyone here? You know who makes it? There's a company called Goku's Exports in fact. Right? They make it for these brands in US brands. So that's another place where you are seeing a lot of contract manufacturing coming to India. That's from 14 sectors, right? With this huge opportunity in manufacturing coming our way. Third, Indians are spending. Post-COVID, there's a realization that's some data, right? Our attitudes towards spending has changed. The airports have become dhabas, the lounges. The airline is worse than the second class easily of trains. People are just traveling as if there is no tomorrow. And so we basically adopting the Western culture. We want to be young. Unlike us, all of you are from affluent background, most of you are not. Generalize. You don't want an EMI, buy a home. I was in a home, it was sorted down my phone by my dad. If I had to do it, right? And I never shine the first ceremony, and I was an EMI to, and that is changing. Because the parents are done slightly better in the new media. So you can afford to be asset light. You want to spend, you guys want to spend more on experiences. You want to travel, you want to buy new gadgets. iPhone 15 million I'm sure. Right? So there are people with 30,000 salary but want a 1 lakh iPhone. Right? So the consumption has changed, right? And that will lead to more and more demand. This is led by household income going up, right? And the black money getting back into the formal income. Right? So you call it as formalization. So anything related to consumption, right? Go up. Mobile phones, automobiles, luxury brands, wallets, everything. Right? So that's the third trend. The fourth trend, which is an extremely important one, and that is very important for us as an economy, is traditional energy mix changing. Right? So the energy mix around us is changing in a very big way. Right? You have to play this. How do you want to play this, right? So one is EV, right? But EV may be more urban. Second could be hydrogen. Third could be ethanol. So India will be a very hybrid market. India will not be like West and everything gets adopted at one go. Right? So there are a lot of opportunities coming in playing this energy transition story of India. We're going to see more and more energy. There's no doubt. Change form of the energy will change. So, anybody is driven a Tesla? Anybody started a Tesla? Yeah, okay, nice. So, if you see Tesla in a normal car, 80% components are traditional. The software component and the electronic components are only 20% of the cost. Tesla has 55% software and electronic components. It works with an app. And so, the future of cars is that cars are going to become supercomputers. Right? It's going to become so they're already talking about driverless cars, autonomous driving. It's called CASE, connected, autonomous, shared, electric. Right? Shared not as in the Ola overshare, shared as in sharing the information around the environment, right? So there's a company in India called KPIT Technology. It makes cars. I just studied the company. You'll be fascinated with the work we are doing on the term, so we funded this year. Right? So energy mix is changing. India also has a policy called E20, mixing ethanol 20% in petrol. Right? Current blending is 12%. And now the world is trying to adopt other than India and others. Because fuel prices are, so ethanol not only reduces the cost, it reduces pollution. Third is biogas. Fourth is hydrogen. right? A lot of stuff happening in that. So I just wanted to leave you this thought so that the opportunities in terms of being an entrepreneur, in terms of job creation in these 4 5 teams, and if you want to be a passive investor in participating as an investor in these teams would be immense. We discussed that with the both of the panel. Thank you everyone. Thank you so much for sharing your experience and valuable insight with the audience. Last but not least, I would like to call upon Mr. Pervez Abbas, currently the Assistant Director at Equity Knowledge Partners, a highly experienced leader in the financial services industry. He has handled responsibilities across a broad range of functions, including corporate planning and analysis to structured finance. Prior to joining Equity, he has done impactful work in prestigious companies such as Genpact and American Express. A CFA charter holder, he completed his undergraduate and postgraduate studies at the prestigious College of Commerce. Today, we are honored to invite him to share his insights with us. I request Mr. Pervez to please address the audience.
Thank you for having me here. It's an honor to present to the students of MBA at IIFT along with the fellow panelists. Much has been talked about my fellow panelists about India, so there's little left for me to talk about. So I have to think of some different themes that I can talk about. So I'll start with one of the famous quotes of the renowned economist, that in the long run, we're all dead. Right? We're talking about the future of India, world, global economy, but one thing is certain, that we have limited time on this planet. My long run would be different from your long, right? So I'll take you back in history 100 years ago, right, when the First World War started. After that, we had Great Depression. Then again, we had Second World War, and then the period of disparity. Right. So there have been many recessions. 1997, we have Asian crisis, 2001 dot-com. But what we have seen is that the world has been growing. Right. So we're talking about one world, one economy, one future. I'll give you some contrarian news also. We're talking about one world. Can everyone get a PGPA in the college? Some who have more skills will do better than others. So it is all about hard work. Some have a born talent. Some need to work to get there. But in the end, we all get there. So we are talking about India's future. The seeds have been sown not now, but let's go back 30 years back, when in 1991 the economy opened up. We had liberalization when the reform started, right? Then in late 1990s, we saw that there was a trend where the global organizations, banks, they started outsourcing, where they realized that they want to spend more in front office work. And then we had booming BPOs in India. I'm myself part of the offshoring industry. And now from BPO, we have graduated to KPOs. We are providing more knowledge work, consultancies, right? So this is how we grow. But of late now, that the trend has changed. We are talking about TCS Infosys. So we are talking about layoffs. Why? As Sir said, there are sectors which are dependent on exports. So those will get impacted. So we need to understand the impact on sectors. We cannot say India will get impacted. Right? So exports contribute 17 to 18% of our GDP. So the companies in that sector would get impacted. However, largely we are a consumption-based economy. 60% of our GDP is from domestic consumption. A manufacturer of stove in Rajasthan would have little impact from the Israel-Hamas war happening in Middle East. Yes, there could be an impact, but we need to understand who would get impacted. Right? The war in Israel by Israel or Hamas would have impact more on the neighboring countries, Egypt, Jordan. It could get more severe if it spreads in the Middle East. Right? So there could be an impact on the global economy if oil production is reduced. Right? That leads to inflation.
So we need to understand which sectors are getting impacted, which companies are getting impacted, right? We are talking about opportunities and challenges. There are opportunities in various sectors. Wherever there are challenges, there are opportunities. What is the composition of our GDP? 55% is from service sector, 25% is from manufacturing or industry, and 20% is from agriculture, 19-20%, right? But agriculture is still the backbone of our economy. You know why? Because 45% of the population is still dependent on it. If there is a challenge, we have to find opportunities there, right? The per capita income is almost half compared to the service sector. So what is the government doing? Yes, they are playing their part. So we need to understand that there has to be a public-private partnership for a country to grow. In India, the exchequer is not threatened by the private sector. Rather, they are partnering with them for the growth of our country compared to other countries like China, where the reverse is happening. Right? You see cases on Alibaba, information is not getting out, right? So the world is hungry for power. We need to understand what is happening in Russia, Ukraine. Again, war in Israel, Hamas, and there could be war in future. But the countries, the world will grow. We need to understand where the growth would come from. Right? Technology has made it possible. So we have these platforms. Internet. Unless we have an internet, we cannot have OTTs over the top. Right? So the other businesses will flourish when we have platforms. A person sitting in South Delhi or in South Mumbai or in southern part of India can order a product from a store in Indore. Just click of a button, right? So we have these Amazons, Flipkarts of the world. So technology is making it possible, right? So we need to understand where is the opportunity lying. Credit creation, Gurmeet has talked a lot about credit creation, so I will not talk much on that. But credit is necessary for the economy. What was a taboo 40 years back? Oh, you have taken a debt, how will you repay it? So as long as we have debt repayment capacity, it is good that you're taking it. Even countries take debt. Our country is running a fiscal deficit. If we are a growing country, we need more money to grow the country. Compared to US, which is running a fiscal deficit because they have US dollar hedging. So the problem for India would not come from China, but from the US. Because US is more of import driven. They do not manufacture. They are dependent on other countries. So if the 30-year yield is already crossed, 30-year treasury yields have already crossed 7%. The problem is that they are running a huge deficit. There's a lot of loan. The repayment would start in 2024. So how would they refinance it? Would they print more money, increase the fiscal deficit? It would be a problem because ultimately it's a global economy. And RBI would be forced to raise rates, right? Because we are an emerging economy. We are driven by global world in terms of the financial sector. We are. So let's talk about sectors wise. Financial sector. We need to understand the difference between the indices and the economy. Right. So I will give you two contrarian views. We say that Sensex and Nifty are the barometers of a country. They tell us about what is going to happen in the market. But we also need to understand that how much of that is the representation of the country. Any sector which is booming gets a lion's share in the index. Right now, financial sector contributes roughly 35% of the Nifty 50. Why? Because the earnings of these companies are going, these financial institutions are going up. So obviously, their weightage would increase. In 2000, it was second. Right. So next 10 years, 15 years, there could be some other sector. Contribution of technology to GDP is 7.5%, and its representation in Nifty 50 is roughly 13-14%. So it is not a representation of the entire economy. Right. The other sector might do well. So we need to keep our eyes and ears open. I'll give you another example. March 22nd, 2020. We had news COVID starting, or it started in China in December, but it was widespread in March, right? So we had news of lockdown. At that time, we had close to 100 cases of COVID in India. The market crashed. Nifty was at 7,500 or 600, right? Within 25 to 30 days, Nifty recovered. It, in fact, increased more than 7,000. The earlier high that was there, it breached that in the next 40 days. At that time, COVID cases were more than a lakh, because markets are forward-looking. Right, so the market already priced in that, okay, COVID has come, now it is going to subside, the graph is going to come down, the industries will flourish. And then some talked about revenge travel and all, pent-up demand, but that has sustained. Technology sector's contribution to GDP is almost equivalent to travel and tourism. So you need to see opportunities would lie there. Travel and tourism, we are talking about India-Pakistan match, the cost of hotel rooms, the cost of tickets, right? You would be screening some of the match, right? You would have some snacks. So these would create demand, right? No matter the war is happening in some part of the world, we have India-Pakistan match happening in India. Right? So we need to understand where the opportunities lie, how we look at it. So we need to keep our eyes and ears open. This is what I wanted to talk about. So I would close it with investments. We're talking about investments in India, in sectors, but we need to invest in ourselves also. This is a quote that an investment in yourself pays the best interest. So we need to invest in ourselves to see what lies in the future. Just one sentence and I'll close it. Right now, we are reaping the benefits of demographic dividend. By 2050, 52, 53, the average age of the population would be in the 40s. So we have 2-3 decades. So it's an opportunity as well as a challenge. How much we can focus on our growth, personal growth. If we grow, our country will definitely grow. Thank you very much.
For your valuable insights into the topic. Now, I would like to ask our moderator, Dr. Shiva, to please start the panel discussion.
First of all, thank you all the panelists for a very insightful discussion and showing us the main issues and concerns as well the topic is concerned. So the topic is one here. And it already made a very strong statement that moon is not enough, we are aiming for the stars. So if you look at after the successful moon mission and followed by the sun mission, India has arrived. But then looking at the technology, the space tech segment, the space technology startup segment, which has been very prominent where Google has really invested a big time recently. All of us agree that India's IIFT growth rate forecast will be having around 6.5%, and 2027 we cross circular economy. That means we're going to reach the plan in Germany. 47 we become a developed economy as per annum. But then the background has been that the major economies are close to recession, be it US, China, or Europe, and downgraded almost, all around 2% to 3% has been the downgrade in the global economic growth rates. You're looking at a lot of global volatility, the market volatility as well as uncertainty, and this is followed by interest rates getting reduced. In spite of having a growth sentiment, a very strong one, India has reduced the interest rates. So we also follow the same path. The contagion impact has been quite strong. So looking at the global geopolitical uncertainty and the slowdown that we have witnessed, how do you think the growth story or the opportunities are going to be rewritten as, and how are we going to face the challenge? Sir, I'll start with you. how do you, what are your views on it?
Could you just repeat the exact question part?
So my question is, in spite of India having a very strong, robust sentiment
Right.
and a strong growth story we are all talking about, in backdrop of the world economy slowing, the geopolitical uncertainty becoming stronger, how do you think we are going to navigate through this phase? Are we going to, I mean, we have reduced our interest rates. There is going to be a liquidity crunch. Valuations have gone down. The cash flows have frozen. There is no sentiment towards low risk yet, if you look at current market. So how do you think we are going to be, writing the opportunity both stories? How are we going to face the challenges?
So, one of the key things is, credit expansion is required. And that is a tightrope walk, because while we are talking about, say, the credit expansion, the NPAs that could be there along with could actually make or break the growth charts that we are also looking at. Because till now, so if you see in the last few years, there's been a lot of recapitalization or, of the banking system. A lot of NPAs have been quietly, written off, and no one talks about them. The figure is a couple of multiples of what we would talk about a Nirav or a Choksi or a kind of thing. So the credit expansion, one way that it's being done is using technology in the right manner, because you have a lot of high-end software now, and we are now in a situation with integration of information to use the machine learning algorithms to say find the worthy borrowers and arm them with that kind of capital so that they can grow. As you said, expansions are there, no doubt. But while we have so many people who want to do good, one guy who wants to do bad mars the whole thing. I'm like, one bad report by someone on, say, like Adani, the whole market tanked, right? So we need to be very particular on these kind of things, and I think we are getting there, wherein your new technology for, say, risk mitigation can be very well used with them. And so fintech perspective or technology for finance, I would say, not just fintech alone. And a lot of fintech companies are using these kind of things, as you rightly said, we have, you had mentioned, right, that this guy, so like you finance ka aapne bola tha? So say for example, I came across a company which is giving loans to students. Okay, and these are very small tickets, as I say, loans. It could be between 5,000 to 50,000. Okay, and 50,000 is also large. Largely ticket is 5,000 to 15,000. Okay, I want to throw a party and I'm doing it for that reason. I may get this money post my doing a project with, say, Equity or say ILO or with Complete Circle, So you do a project over there, he'll give you 20K, but you need to pay up for that party, or you need to go for that binge after the area when say today. So those kind of things are there, and 48% is what is the IRR. Now, we might think of it, I'm like, why would someone take that? But it's 48% annualized, right? I am only picking it up for 20 days. So for me, that 48% IRR actually comes to less than 2%. But as a 2%, if you multiply it over the student, say, community altogether, this guy has a loan book of 1,000 crores. Okay. And he is ready to pick up loans from anyone at 20% also, with 2%, say, processing charges or the investment banking charges. Yeah. So, I think use of technology in the right manner and finding the right borrowers and controlling NPAs. I think that would be one of the key things that I think is important.
Thank you. you would like to see?
Yes, I think two, three things there. I think the few things we are doing it right and a few things we need to do better. One, when you have a global tournament, the first thing impacts us is commodity. If we are a net commodity importer largely wide. I think India has not only changed the import mix, so we have Russia now, we have other partners, so our dependence has gone down. So we usually are bargaining hand is well, taking discount on crude. And now Saudis are warming up to us because India is the second largest market in crude. Especially at changing energy mix. We're trying to mix ethanol, Prime Minister announced a biofuel collaboration that we could talk more clean energy. That's one. Second, any global interlinkage, which Sir also mentioned, should be carefully monitored. So anything to do with US economy, anything to do with China, I actually believe China is a bigger black box. US everything is known. China nothing is known. Right? So you take it as it comes. So our linkage has to be monitored. If you see our IT companies are struggling, you were seeing yesterday, Infosys, results, there is a negative employee addition. So they're not hiring, if Infosys said will not go to campus. That's why I started in 2002 example when I started the talk, right? So any sector with global linkages should be carefully monitored and avoided. You know, the largely export related linkage to global US banks should be avoided. Linkage to Chinese real estate should be avoided. What is doing well for us is credit is one. Second is this time I'm seeing a housing credit matrix. So not only we are buying more houses, right? And if you buy a house, there are 48 sectors which are attacked. Cement, steel, salya, tiles, sanitary, consumer durables, kitchen appliances, labor. Housing is the biggest employment and force multiplier in the economy. So not only we are buying more houses, after COVID, we suddenly realized we need to spend probably sometimes more time at home. So we're buying bigger houses. The rental guy wants to move their own house, own house guy wants a bigger apartment. And people are doing home improvement. You're suddenly spending 5 lakh rupees on a washroom, 10 lakh rupees on a kitchen. You call a guy and a normal house people do a refurbishment. So we are seeing a housing rate. Typically, is a very good thing to do because if that happens, the lowest strata starts contributing. Third, he made a very interesting point on agriculture. Our dependence on agriculture as a share to GDP is coming down, which means we need to give lesser subsidies, lesser people to be dependent on floods. These days, even if there are certain erratic monsoons, you don't see havoc getting created. You know, our dependence is, and that is why manufacturing is extremely important. And I think government was spot on during COVID. Instead of giving money, they gave a PLI scheme. If there's a common saying in English, you know, don't give them fish, teach them how to fish. Right? Once you teach people how to fish, then you reduce the dependence on that. So I think manufacturing focus is fine. And fourthly, I think what we are also getting right is we are creating more startups, and we can't employ, 70-80 people. No country can. Right? It's a huge population can be a bit of a challenge. The only option is to make more entrepreneurs. Once we make so, I employ 40 people. 8 years back, I was working on a job. So I was being employed. So if you create more and more entrepreneurs, it creates more jobs, it creates the nice ecosystem. So all that started in there. So I think we're doing well. We just have to be careful on geopolitical. We do not have any good neighbors, unfortunately.
Not actually.
So that's the risk, and I think that should be the hyper nationalism should be avoided in my view. But we have to make our stance clear. It's very important. But it's just the geopolitical thing we have to be very careful about. So far, government has done a good job. We are neutral on Russia, Ukraine. We have taken a very nuanced stance on this Israel-Hamas thing. I think that is extremely important because I have loan. I might have 5 crores in my bank account. I may have a 20 crore mutual portfolio. But if I step outside my home, there is internal security issues that are so value. So I think that's the only point we do. But the rest, I think we're pretty balanced.
Thank you.
There's so much happening around in the world in terms of growth. I would like to add that not only the growth, the rate of acceleration in the growth and the kind of changes that we are seeing across the world needs attention. And that is how we need to keep upgrading ourselves, we have to keep reskilling ourselves, and to see in what ways money can flow in the country and in what areas. So I think, ESG, everyone has been talking about ESG, quite a bit. ESG is something, that is the requirement of the day. And based on our focus on ESG from across the large corporates as well as across the supply chain, by the SMEs and the support service, the service companies, we need to focus on ESG more. Especially to get funding, from the international funds and the international institutes, because, we see sort of funds, sort of money available across the world, but still the emerging markets, there are certain pockets, and even within the emerging markets, certain corporates, as I mentioned earlier, SMEs, we are all struggling for money. So if we focus more on our governance structures, more on our regulatory structures, more on the impact that we can have by our investments, and how carbon neutral we can be, how green we can make the economy and the world, how sustainable. Ultimately, I think it's sustainability that's going to be the key word in the next decade. And if it is going to drive our growth story, because whatever is not sustainable in terms of the environment, in terms of the social norms, the ethics, governance, until these things are addressed, the growth will be lopsided. So that's my take on it.
Okay, so I'm talking about the challenges of funding and different systems, how we get money. We need to understand that of late we are becoming self-sufficient. Right? So you can see in the last 1 year, the inflows is more from DIIs than FIIs. So we see less volatility in the markets. There was a thing that if the US or China seizes the world capital score, right? That is not anymore, I would say 100% correct. Because we are seeing inflows from DIIs. We talk about EPFO, NPS, they are mandated to invest in equities and they usually invest in ETFs. All the funds, the indexes, directly. So we see stable money coming in the economy. And we also need to see the sectors they to get the funding. Right? So the business which is will go on cash flow would get the funding because if it ultimately earnings in the cash flow, that would drive the sectors. Talk about their business. Right? Can AI replace it? I don't know. Not right now, in countries I know, but that will flourish. There's one business which has been carrying for the last 100 years. It's an international company. Telecoms. ITC was a lot of almost in the last 2 years when the stock was growing. But there was no problem with this. It was happening. We see infrastructure demand in the country. The government is partnering with private players. So it's a temporary phenomenon when the world is struggling. We won't have less money, but ultimately the fundamentals are good because we are an emerging economy. So there are sentiments that would run. But how would they get their interest on their investments? They have to invest it somewhere. Japan is fully industrialized. They have to invest somewhere. Right? So we have the funding for the trade. So sooner or later, the fundamentals are there, the money would flow in. Maybe after 30 years, it would be Africa. Right now, so we are seeing India as a major economy. Thank you.
I just felt that, when we take care of ESG, we actually take care of a very robust risk mitigation strategy. Because ultimately, what are the risks that arise from the business? The risk of failure, the risk of default, the risk could be by way of macroeconomic factors, it could be unethical practices. So if we do not take care of your environmental concerns today, as you see, we have so many these floods and earthquakes happening around the world, with typhoons, landslides happening in various parts of the country. So if we don't take care of the environment today, whatever we invest will be in a risky zone in the coming years to come. No doubt, we are replacing our fossil fuels with non-renewable energy. But we have to take care of this right now, otherwise the risk is arising in the future. If we are not aware of the social development goals of the country or of ourselves itself, if we're not ethical about what we're doing, we don't have the government structures. All these frauds that keep taking place, years, in a few years, we always find there is some kind of big fraud has happened across in some sector and some corporates. So if these things are taken care of, the risk mitigation strategies are in place, then the investors and the lenders will be very comfortable and ready to the emerging market economies. And for example, these days, ABB, the World Bank, these are all diluting their risk norms that otherwise you should, if there are so many triple-A entities that will be like only to these particular projects. But they realize that the kind of issues that these emerging markets are facing, we have to bend our rules a little bit. But at the same time, if we as emerging market economies, we also have our better risk strategies in place. Also, there would be a good community between the investors and the investment.
Thank you. I think closing the panel discussion, the last concern or the last thing that we can debate upon or we give our views on is we have agreed that the startup ecosystem has been strengthened as far as the technology part is concerned, the e-commerce, AI, data analytics, NFTs or blockchains, and these are the spaces you're looking at a lot of investment coming over. So if you look at the alternate investments or the PE investments, they have been very strong on, if I say, the fintech part or the financial services part, third-party payment gateways, they have strengthened. But at the same time, looking at the current scenario, our interest rates, increasing, the inflationary rates increasing, the commodity, as you rightly said, the prices are hovering. So the bank and the NBFC stocks, if you look at the health, if you look at that, has not been very well, very strong. So how do you think that credit creation or the asset under management, how do you think the growth story would be? And how should the economy or the policy take care of the imbalance that you see? Here you see Paytm getting listed. Here you see a lot of third-party payment gateways or the fintech companies growing. At the same time, you see the government consolidating the banking stocks, where the CASA or the asset creation or the money creation is in question. So, what do you think are the where do you think the future lies? What should we do as a policy decision? Would be that we can start. Would be.
So, I think our bank balance sheet is best ever actually in the last 10 years. The NPAs are recorded. Secondly, what RBI has done beautifully, starting from level margin to now, Mr. Das, is that the level of quality has gone up. So we only look at NPA number. Banking, if you are interested, if you go to a bank, you go to an SBI website, put out the SBI annual report. The level of disclosure that one. So they talk about stress too. So अगर spike को लोग दिया है तो stress too. Vodafone को लोग दिया है, Vodafone spike rate है default के लिए. So they are stress too, right? So they talk about the stress too. यहाँ से future NPA आ सकता है. Then they talk about SMA1, SMA2. It's called special mention accounts. One, so I think the level of disclosure has gone up, which builds more accountability. Number one. Number two, what RBI is also doing is asking them to provision more. It's being more cautious. RBI has always been very cautious in banking, unlike the rest of countries. Our leverage is 6-7 times. Our leverage even was 33 times when it was into right? So the leverage like 33 times. So RBI is very, very good in position. But thing which is, as I said, is that which is a very, very big event next year, and all of you should track it, is our bonds are getting included in the global bond index. Now, I'm actually surprised the market and the media hasn't reacted to this much. The way it should be. I think it's a huge, huge event. So what this does is that, again, PSU banks have to keep certain ratios. One of the ratio is SLR, statutory liquidity ratio. Every 100 rupees which comes in an FD, I have to put 80-90 rupees in a government. That's called lazy lending. Borrowing money at 5-6%, giving 7% to the government. Technically, it is lending. It pulls down the ratio, right? when FIs come and buy a G-Tech, a lot of these PSU banks are sitting on 26-27%. काम कर रहे हैं 4% देते सेविंग अकाउंट में 7% गवर्नमेंट को देते हैं 3% देंगे सेविंग में so are they asking them to reduce it? So when the SLR reduces the bank balance sheet gets freed up because when you lend you give a home loan at 8.5 car loan at 10% personal loan at 12% it will again lead to more credit in the economy so it puts the economic growth. Third, when the bond yields come down, because the Fed will buy $30 billion likely to come this year. So 10-year bond is very strong because government is falling to 7.3, the others will borrow slightly higher. So this yield comes down, this 7.3 to let's say 6.5, right? The overall borrowing cost for the economy also
Will reduce.
So this again is a very important development. And most importantly, if you are an economic student, we are in a classic Goldilocks situation. You would have read the novel, Goldilocks and the Three Bears. Goldilocks is just basically something which is absolutely right, not too hot, not too cold. India is exactly like that. We are at 6.4% growth, not too high, not too low. Inflation 5%, IIP growth 10%. So interest rates haven't really had a big impact on us, like it has had on US. Growth 8.5 but we are just about right. And this is what we need in this plan. You don't need all of the good stuff, So I always call in a team, you need a Pujara and a Dravid also, and not just a fund. We are exactly in a very balanced situation right now, and I think this Goldilocks will sustain for a very long period of time during growth. And as I said, more credit creation will be more customers, more deposits, and I think this is very important.
Thank you. But at the same time, the requirement of credit is too high. I mean, we all agree that the kind of money we require is not what the banks are really able to furnish. So, what are you?
So, I'll just add something. Okay. Indians by reportage said, 40 साल पहले अगर मैं लोन लेने गया तो you were scoffed at, भाई तू लोन लेने जा रहा है. I mean, what you typically did was you would borrow within your community, and that was all hush. And a small anecdote I'll just share. A friend of mine who's a publisher, so he reached out to me, Manish bhai, I have this book on LBO, which is your leverage buyouts, which I'm getting the right to print in India. What do you say to that? Can we add some Indian anecdotes? I said, will you get it? Because we don't have a concept of, we don't over rely on debt. By default, our conditioning is such that, and wherever I've seen, so I've seen probably 4 down cycles, or maybe 4.5. And every time I've seen anyone who is leveraged more than 1:1, I don't see that organization. Okay, so I play very safe, and that's why I'm in the say these markets. And in fact, many of my startups that I have looked at, okay, they've got very large, but the concept of so you have your venture debt, you might have heard of. All of you have heard of Silicon Valley Bank, right? It exists today? Not really. Okay, so venture debt is again a very serious. So as you said, Goldilocks theory, leverage, yes, is required, but control. Savings is required, but control. Don't save all, spend also. Because you guys are starting out today. Okay, so start with your savings, ensure you are well insured right now. You got, ensure that don't insure yourself for 5 lakh, 10 lakh, 20 lakh. एक term policy लो 1 crore का. खुदा ना खास्ता कुछ आपको अगर होता है, so your family will have that loss, and that 1 crore plus can take care of what that economic loss will be. Of course, no one can take care of that loss. So you need to be responsible yourself. Okay, take care of your savings, invest wisely, invest. You need to have at least 5 to 10%. You can take risks. 5 to 10% in risky asset class like alternate investments. While it should go to mutual funds, it should go to balanced funds. Do come to startups. You've got say phenomenal mutual funds and other things. You can start your journey there. Yet to know of these. In fact, I know of many of our angels who joined our thing, saw a couple of pitches, invested in some, have made 13 crores or 20 crores on those, and just started their own and have sold their company. So don't shy away from entrepreneurship. I think quite a few of you could actually do that. And just if you see the definition of an entrepreneur, the terminology is entreprendre in French means to undertake. और हमारी संस्कृत में एक शब्द है entrepreneur, which is self-motivated. So if you think you are self-motivated and can undertake to take on, change the status quo, to change the world, why not get on to that journey? Or if not, join the startup. Don't go by pay if you don't have your loans that you need to pay for your say course. I would say join a startup, whatever the pay is. The kind of learning you will get over there will be far beyond the money that you will have. Okay, that's what I would say.
Thank you. Yeah, totally agree that the AU culture is not very popular. The bonds also not getting that kind of recognition because we've always been inactive on the bond front. But as far as the saving, I'd like to how to say this on it because Tata has always been very aggressive on the AU and for us, the JR, as in what we get. But being Tata has, each capable of management. So just taking the decision and what I will do.
Leverage is very important if we have to go. We just can't go on our funds, we have to borrow funds. But then the ultimate issue addresses how much and for what tenor and whether we are able to service that loan. What is our capacity to service that? So if we are fulfilling that these three matters or pointers, I think the leverage is very works for everybody. And that is the whole issue why India has lagged behind because there's no credit gap. And as you mentioned about the EU small finance, that's a very good example. I would say that small payment banks and these small NBFCs, which are the last mile connectivity for the banks, the new fintechs, they are proving to be a boon for a country. They are reaching out to the smallest rural or the smallest customer possible for whatever funding requirements they have. And one thing very important has come up in our landscape is in India stack. When in terms of digitalization, you have heard of ONDC. Similarly, there are account aggregators. Where traditionally what happens is a bank, if it has to give out a loan to say a student, or to say a small shopkeeper or to any small vendor, they don't have all the paperwork done and the documentation and the cash flows, etc. So what they do is they standardize all these things so that is in the form of a third party. That each bank does not have to assess they don't have to assess the credit risk or the eligibility of the borrower. That's available in certain system where any bank who has a funds and the metrics of the borrower falls within the parameters, they have access to those records of the borrower and they can provide the loans. These are some things which are coming up by India. And that's what we have the last mile connectivity in terms of the credit reach. And I believe that's going to help in maintaining the goal of sales as a very
So as Rama said about challenges of credit creation. In India, we have a robust risk management. Since RBI has stringent regulations, that is why we have to see in banks like Western counterparts, SVD, wherein they loosen the restrictions. So how would we get more credit? So we always see there are alternative sources. The penetration of mutual fund in India is very low. It is going to increase, and in the debt fund is even lesser. So that would increase. The insurance sector, we take a 1 crore term insurance plan. So you're paying that premium, right? Which you don't get anything on it unless something unfortunate happens. So this insurance sector, they would also invest in markets. There are certain areas where banks cannot lend, venture debt. So we have these venture debt firms, these RSAs, investors who invest in startups through venture debt. There are ways of credit creation. If not banks, there would be alternate channels where credit would be created and ultimately demand would be met. It's just that it will all depend on the risk and return profile of the borrowers. That's my take.
One point I wanted to make, there's a lot of reforms get discussed like GST, there's another. One reform which I think has been India's best reform, is Insolvency Act, the IBC. So, पहले क्या होता था कि, I am on money, I run 20 companies. If I default one, it doesn't affect my 19 other companies. So government said nothing, various personal, things also involved, there's one is ability to pay, second is willingness to pay. Maya always had the ability to pay. She was willingness, right? So a lot of people what they get wrong is the other side, the behavior side of, because the nature is to basically siphon off. So I think that is something which has brought a lot of discipline. Otherwise there wasn't ever being of rules. मैंने 100 crores दिया इंडिया टूल्स को, उसका जब मेजर में लगा एसआई जो मुझे एसआई का जब मेजर में लगा तो there is everything of those that I see completely now. So you got the habitual defaulters out of this. Second, RBI is a beautiful thing called co-lending. Just read about it. Basically, find let's say each bank. I have no idea whether somebody in a Fagwara in Punjab, if he needs a tractor, how good is he? So what I can do is I can go to a small NBFC there, like let's say Mahindra Finance or a Sri Ram or a Chola, and say let's do co-lending. You identify the guy. We will then share the risk. 80% on my books, 20% on yours. So co-lending is something which is helping a lot of these vulnerable sections of the society where banks does not have access, right? There's a company called Credit Access Grameen. You get time to read about it. It is the largest microfinance company in India. And there's a Netherlands group which is invested in it. They have 70,000 employees, right? And they want to do is only hire from local communities. And then they largely give money to women lenders. Women don't default much. There's a woman from the house, they are so typically they will collateral, and she would not want any reputation in the local community to get. So there are very soft aspects of lending. Which is we always look at civil score, technical data, AMI, there's a very soft aspect of lending which is happening. So RBI small finance banks, again, the nature is to lend to, and then we co-lending. So if you read more about this, you suddenly realize that there is so much happening in this space. That is why the maximum funding from startups is going towards this side. That's the last one. Thank you.
Thank you so much everyone for this panel session. I think we close on the time that the future is very strong and we have actually arrived. Parallels are created by lending and crowdfunding and all these organizations. There are more instruments and more credit culture which is going to facilitate more investments. So with this, I think now we can have.
Can I just add one more point? So for all of you, remember these 5 W's. You want to create wealth, you need to say how to do that. Take care of these 4 W's to attain the 5th W. Take care of water, take care of waste, take care of wildlife, and take care of waste. Do that, you create a lot of wealth.
The waste and the waste or
Both.
That's why you have the ESG score.
that's also important.
Because so my daughter, she trained this, so she was supposed to do this, create a short movie or something. It was again on say saving the earth, so to say. कि अगर हम इस अर्थ का आज नहीं सोचेंगे तो अनर्थ होएगा.
I would like to. Yeah.
I would like to thank the entire panel for this fruitful discussion. I would now like to open the floor to the audience for any questions that they might have for the panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Himanshu Mata from the flagship. So my question is for you, Gurmeet, sir, as you mentioned about stock market. So right now what we are seeing is like firstly the Russia-Ukraine war and now there is light addition. And parallelly India is moving towards the indigenization of its defense sector. And in the last 2-3 years, we have seen the defense companies like Bharat Defense and Tata Patterns, TRSC, HAL have given massive returns. So what do you think is the scope of defense sector in the coming 5 years?
Very good question. So I think military conflicts are the new reality. In fact, I'm of the opinion we are heading towards World War III. It will happen gradually because the world order is changing. See, if you remember, UK, for pound to lose relevance, it took 50-60 years. There was a saying, the sun never sets on the British Empire, right? So it did set, the dollar came in. I think the world order is changing. US is just printing money. Somebody has to, you can't keep doing this. You just can't keep printing dollars and push can down the road. And then they have this habit of, meddling into anyone and everyone's life. So I think the world order is changing. India, unfortunately, again, doesn't have great neighbors. It's surrounded by China, Pakistan, Bangladesh, right? Not great neighbors. So defense spending will go up. Government, in a phased manner, has banned almost 1,500 defense items, which means you need to make them indigenous. One of the big beneficiaries, as you rightly mentioned, is HAL. HAL is basically into aircrafts, right? So India has currently about 31 fighter jet squadrons, right? Our need is 42 if we have a two-way attack from, because we have to prepare for the worst, right? China, Pakistan. So I think there will be more demand which will come in. Plus, a lot of our old jets like MiG-21. MiG-21 is anyways called a flying copper. Every day there is a accident, crash there. Then you have MiG-29. Then there is Mirage. They're all phasing out also. There will be a huge demand. Good thing with HAL is 55% revenue comes from spares and maintenance. So what India is doing is it's not only transferring technology to make the aircraft. They are saying the servicing and the spares also has to lie with HAL, which means it leads to IP transfer, between the companies. So it's like when you buy a car, you buy a high-end car, you actually end up paying more, every quarter, every month to the maintenance. Then there are a lot of companies you have to go level 2. So these companies take the limelight because it is HAL making aircrafts. There are a lot of defense auto ancillaries, So there's one company in Nagpur which I got lucky investing. There's a company called Solar Industries. Solar Industries makes explosives. So those explosives were used in minings earlier. Coal India used to buy. Now they've started making guns, they are making hand grenades, they are making Pinaka rockets. They have tied up ISRO. There is a company called Skyroot. It's into private rocket launching. They have picked up a 5% stake in that company. They're going to launch Vikram 1 in January 24. So space is another part of that comes under surveillance and all. So I'm very, very gung-ho, on defense. And it's not good to be gung-ho because if defense goes up, other spending comes down. Your money is limited, right? If you're spending more on defense, which means you'll cut healthcare, you'll cut education, right? So I hope defense doesn't do well in the broader interest of the economy, but it will do well. And there is also a lot of demand coming from smaller countries. There's an Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict. There's something happening in Yemen. India is getting a lot of orders now from the smaller countries also, because India is seen as somebody which is economical, more friendly, against Chinese, which have, other issues. So huge opportunity in this space, led by indigenization more, banning more. In fact, now in Navy, the mix has changed from 81 to about 44%. So 56% is in Navy now. In I think Army, it's come down to about 35. Eventually, they want to make it the other way, 2/3 Indian and 1/3. Right. So huge opportunity.
As the pandemic is, while you're saying, see, if the spending need not actually go up, because if you are doing indigenization, and I'm working with a couple of startups and working for the defense sector. Now, those kind of things, if they are happening, we will actually reduce the investment.
So I tell you, sir, there is another angle to this. So what has happened is because of this Russia-Ukraine war and other conflicts with China doing those things with Taiwan, the inventory level for NATO, for everything, including basic guns, 56, it's is at all-time low. Because you are continuously, it's been 2 years now, 600 days to Russia, Ukraine, and they want to target China. So they can't let go, because if they let go, then China will do Taiwan. So they are basically giving a message that, you can't do this. Even Russia is not able to defeat Ukraine. Otherwise, पहले बोलते थे 10 दिन में war खत्म हो जाएगा, right? It's not happened. So my sense is because the inventory levels has gone low, the replenishment demand would be very, very high. And this is because there is sustained conflict, across the globe. So even things like hand grenades, basic guns, small quarter, mid quarter carbines, everything.
Small ammunition also.
Yeah.
You started ammunition that used to $2 million, provided you had your life.
And
That is the tough part.
Yeah, entry barrier बहुत है. So if I give you today 10 million, you will start a startup in fintech. आप जंगल में जाके bomb थोड़ी बनाओगे. So the existing companies will have a head start. It's a very high, as he rightly said, approvals. You have to work in tribal areas, do testing. Solar Industries has a 150-acre weapon testing range. How do I know the gun is ready for the war? How do I know the hand grenades made 5 years back are still good to go? So they've made a weapon assessment range now. So that's another demand coming to test what the old. So Russia has to use old weapons. उन्होंने World War II के tanks निकाले now to take on. So that's the second demand which will come, which is the maintenance demand.
Reformation.
In the interest of time, we would like to take one more question from the audience. Okay.
Good afternoon, Minister, and my question is to the panel. Despite India's growth story currently the fifth largest, we become third largest economy, there is a huge gap in the capital market. Like India's participation is just 4%, while in developed nations such as United States is 90%. So how to bridge this gap? Like, is it the infrastructure requirements that need to be upgraded, or is it the regulatory framework that we have to upgrade? So how can we do that?
Yeah.
You rightly said that we have a difference between development and developing. So we need to first realize that we have a developing. US got independence for 49 years, 449 years. Right? We got independence in 70 years. So we are gradually and things will take time. As I said that, it was on veterinary. So India would have a sum. What is happening? We would have as well. My views, we will run this deficit for a good decade or so. And that would actually come. You would have more funding from foreign countries as well.
Third, now they're planning to stop policy also.
It will not happen in culture. We are not US, we are not China.
The money is there now.
Every
The issue was money shortage.
So we need to understand what are the challenges, what are
to bonds, get foreign investors.
we are a valued economy,
These companies are now turned around.
things would gradually take up.
The one point I wanted to make on this, the other problem is 40% to farmers will not get burden. Then you have 25% family BPL, which is below poverty line. So today you have 4% people, 5% people who invest. So we have 13 crore demat accounts. Right? So multiple भी होंगे तो 8 crore unique demat accounts है. 3.5 crore are mutual fund holders. And he made that point. So we are now doing, we saw the 2 days back. SIP figure is now 16,000 crores a month, which is people like you be putting 5,000, 10,000, $2 billion a month. Right? EPFO is another 3,000 crores, that is $500 million. And then there are mutual fund insurance companies and lump sum money. So $3 billion a month is what is coming in the market, which means FIs need to sell more than 40 billion to bring the market down in a year. So earlier in COVID, they sold $8 billion, market time 40%. In 2008, they sold $23 billion. Sunset stands from 21 to 85. Right? So our dependence on FIs, I'm not saying we're not dependent, it's coming down. Number 3, now fast forward 5 years. Just fast forward. We will be about $7 billion. 5 years, that 13% nominal growth, 3.5 to 7. How much is the saving rate? 20%. Right? How much is 20% of $7 trillion? $1.4 trillion. 4%, 5% of $1.4 trillion is $75 trillion coming into the market. So we are in for a superb run. This is basic maths, right? And if this 5% becomes 8%, you're talking of $100 billion coming in the market without any. So participate, right? The story here is make people, and India doesn't have social security. आपको कौन पैसे देगा 50 के बाद? You have to develop your own purpose. So I think we are now in a situation where this equity fund is only going to go up, right? And as you know, I always tell this to young students to start, have a rule in mind, 15, 15, 15. You know, 50,000 a month, if you can say, you know, once you start earning, for 15 years, at 15% gives you the first crore. Right? So have this figure in mind that I need to get, my name of my app is my first crore. So I kept it deliberately, thinking that the first crore is what is difficult to achieve. Once you do that, right, and 15% over 32 years is 100 times. Right? So don't chase quick money. Right? There is no quick way of making money. Crypto, and avoid what is fashionable. Whatever is most fashionable is slowly going to put it on. Last year it was crypto. These days it's a small cap, micro cap. Last year it was IT, IT. Anything which is fashionable in the market, anything which everybody is talking about is avoided. Warren Buffett used to say, the day my driver tells me what to buy is the day I exit the stock market. Thank you.
Madam, what we will also do is, since you are head of the finance side, जो जितने भी लोग हैं उनकी डीमैट अकाउंट वगैरह तो सबके दिलवाएंगे, no, I don't have that feeling. I'm just saying from a perspective of, let's not saying that they have this.
See, although that's very well said, but the thing is, money should always be very cautiously put in and should be a very correlated. So, I mean, currency might go on a period, so it's quite difficult telling them what exactly it is. Let the grown-up guys, and let them take an onus of responsibility of how much risk averse or risk taking they are. The whole gamut is open. So many times Mr. Uday Mukherjee comes over or Ms. Lata comes over and gives you advice. I always perceive 1% of us, 0.5% of us agree to what they say. It's going to be you know, you're coordinating the market. So yes, I mean, we met accounts and other things. We for what we want to do.
No, so personal finance is personal first. Finance. Do what you think. If you are unable to sleep at night, every night you're checking, then that's equities are not for you. This is not for the faint-hearted, right? So, end of the day, if your blood pressure is, see, ultimately, why do you need money? You want freedom of time. Getting up in the morning, deciding what to do. But if you're getting up in the morning only tracking markets, your blood pressure, that money is not worth it. So, do what suits you. You know.
Thank you.
But as said, it is good to be at home because it is that real learners. We play a lot of offshore games, right? But unless the money is not very clear, that is.
I would like to just add a few seconds that then the power of compounding is so great, Just try it out, right? That's the beginning of your career, whenever you start your jobs. My advice to all you students is that whatever you earn, do invest a part of it, do save. Because even a penny saved and invested as on date will multiply so many times in the coming 2 years. And read that famous book on the power of compounding. Please do that book. And don't make the mistakes what we did. We were just focused on earning money, earning hard, working hard, and you want to just put money every so that's my advice to the generation. Thank you.
So can I get a
We have reached the conclusion of a stimulating and enlightening panel discussion. The discussion explored the effect of rising interest rates on venture capital funds and offered insights into the future of Indian startups. It emphasized the importance of regulation and technological infrastructure development for groups in sectors like infrastructure and SMEs. Valuable metrics like capacity utilization rate, credit demand, and power demand were checked for assessing the economic growth. And significant opportunities were identified in credit, manufacturing, energy, and consumption sectors. We also got to know about co-lending and leverage buyouts for contrarian investing and spotting opportunity across sectors. So to sum up, our panelists have shared their expertise and provided valuable insights in this discussion. The contributions have not just informed and also motivated the students. We appreciate their dedication towards advancing knowledge about capital markets. I want to express our sincere thanks to the moderator and respected panel members for dedicating their time and expertise which play a significant role in the success of this event. We would now like to present you with mementos as a token of gratitude.
Yeah, yes, cannot test. Research. Corporates.
Underline.
They are a knockout. So I put you on Twitter also. Yeah, join the Twitter. And let's be talking. Okay. Yes.
Maybe any from from your mobile phone. From a mobile.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. I thought.
Yeah. Just hide this with
His
company. That's
Thank you.
Okay, guys, so it's lunch break right now. Have 1 hour, go, have lunch, and come back by 1:30. The earlier you come back, the faster you can start, and the faster you can shift to watching the match. Okay. Also, we are come and player and one JCC from Flash, one from Sigma. Just stay here and the you can go.
And anyone who has attendance, came late or anything, please come.
Come down. Come down. बाकी सारे नीचे आ जाओ.
अविनाश आपको भी बोल रही हूँ.
Guys, nobody is leaving the auditorium before the summit ends. Nobody is leaving the auditorium. Empty auditorium.
It is not our responsibility if you miss your attendance. It's your responsibility that you can go.
Yes, clearly people are missing more at the center से पहले सब गायब. ठीक है.
अभी नहीं कभी बन रही मुझे इसके लिए भी एक पुश पे ऑन और होल्ड पे ऑफ. Hello.
Rahul,
Can you hear me?
Nadia, guys, you also have to start. आगे. कहाँ पे आ जाओ? Everyone, please sit down. Okay, guys, अपने लैपटॉप बंद करके रख दो. इसको मत देखो यार. लैपटॉप बंद कर दो. Guys, एक फोल्डर में बटन. लैपटॉप ऑन कर दो. We are we start now. इसमें ज़्यादा डिले नहीं कर सकते.
Manan.
Sound. नहीं यार बैठना.
According to work for our sponsors, we would like to thank our ideal sponsor, Signature Group, and our associate partners in Bank of India. We have Abhishek sir from Signature Group. Thank you for attending, sir.
Single run of medium is a home is not server on this create. It is a single was not these are two uses happening. Sati, Assam, we can for this special period of the other January, we can tell you 3 months ago, this for the single run of medium. Who is leading thank you, Abhishek, for attending this global. It's our direct sponsor, and there's a video from.
So good evening to one and all present, respected panelists, faculty members, and the batches of 24 and 25. I'm extremely delighted to welcome you all to Trade Events, the business conclave for IIFT Delhi. Now we'll be starting the third and last event of the evening of the conclave, the National Marketing Summit 2023. The is organized by the Marketing and Research for IIFT Delhi, Rana. Now, to introduce some of the panelists, faculty members, and to continue with the proceedings for the day, I request Ran and DCP and Ashwin Mukherjee to take over the proceedings for the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed marketing professionals, and all my fellow marketing enthusiasts, welcome to the highly anticipated National Marketing Summit organized under the aegis of Trade Winds 2023. Rising on the wings of creativity, IIFT looks to explore new avenues in the ever-pulsating field of marketing. Brand Lab, the marketing and research club at IIFT, serves as a breeding ground for tomorrow's students in the field of sales and marketing. From bringing to you epic ad campaigns and brand stories, to creating informative content so that IIFT stays abreast of all exciting trends, Brand Lab aims to encapsulate all things marketing and help you dive deeper into this fascinating domain. We are thrilled to gather here today for an exceptional event dedicated to the art and science of marketing under the theme that drives every successful brand, building brand loyalty in a borderless world. The National Marketing Summit has been the epicenter of marketing excellence, where visionaries, innovators, and industry leaders come together to share their insights, strategies, and wonderful stories. In the ever-evolving landscape of business and marketing, brand loyalty stands as a beacon of success. It is the embodiment of the trust, connection, and lasting impact that brands cultivate with their audience. In today's fast-paced digital culture, the importance of nurturing brand loyalty has never been more critical. As consumer choices multiply and markets become increasingly competitive, what truly makes a brand irreplaceable for a consumer? Join us in this discourse as we explore what's shaping the future of brand loyalty in a world where connections know no borders. I now invite Nidhi to take over. Today, among our esteemed panel, we have Mr. Rahul Rahman, founder and CEO of IIFT, Ms. Bhavna Hussain, Senior Manager, Electronics Marketing, Marigo, Mr. Manish Gaur, Marketing Manager, Medtronic, Structural Heart and Cardiac Surgery Portfolio, and Dr. Arunima Rana, Associate Professor of Marketing in IIFT. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great excitement that we introduce the 2023 edition of Brand Wagon Swordman Annual Magazine, Margdarshan. This year's edition delves into the compelling theme of building brand loyalty in a borderless world, opportunities and challenges. As one flips through the pages of Margdarshan, they will embark on a journey to the wisdom and strategies that define the future of brand loyalty. It unravels the art of brand localization, leveraging technology for hyper-personalization, harmonizing global brand creation, and the integration of diverse cultural sensibilities. We would like to present each of our guests with a copy of our version and require them to unveil Brand Annual Magazine for this year. I also request the entire Brand team to join us on stage.
It was great pleasure to invite Ms. Bhavna Hussain, who is currently the Senior Manager, Key Accounts and Marketing at Marigo, to our summit. Ms. Hussain is an accomplished alumna of the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade with over 50 years of extensive experience in the fields of marketing and consulting. Her area of areas of expertise encompass CXO relationship management, business development, BTL and GPM marketing strategy, and international trade. Throughout her remarkable career, Ms. Hussain has held various leadership roles at both Partner and Vivo. We welcome you to National Marketing Summit at Treatments. We would like to present you, I think we have presented you with a book, and we are eager to learn from your experiences in today's discussion. Ma'am, could you please come over and share your thoughts?
Hello everyone. Thank you for the beautiful introduction. Banda is and I would really like to thank the Land Bible for introducing me and for making me take this panel discussion on borderless marketing initiatives, and thank you for that. And IIFT definitely holds a very special place in my heart. The nostalgic, working on that nostalgic way, the endless classes, the money breaks, and of course the interaction with wonderful minds. It's just some memories which are long cherished, and I would recommend you all to enjoy this space, to learn from this space more. And this is a very important junction in your life. You should cherish this junction, and you should enjoy learning each and every step at this junction. And thank you very much for giving me a copy for the new magazine Mark version. I am very honored for the same. Just to begin with the introduction, I am an engineer and I've done my postgraduate in application marketing. I am currently working with an organization called Gulabo. Gulabo is actually a Swedish organization and the headquarters is based on Sweden. It's a global MNC with more than presence in 25 countries. The specialty of the industry or the vision of the company is to provide a safer world. With the vision to provide a safer world, we have expertise and solutions for regulated people and vehicles in and outside the building, right from simple tractor textiles to revolving doors, to man tracks, to glass, road blockers, the products which are used for regulating people and vehicles moving in and outside the building. Security is the industry that my company represents, and it's having legacy of more than 50 years. The headquarters in Sweden, although in each geography, in each country, they have a different route to the market. And in India, they have a company who is subsidiary with India Limited. So, if you would have started the battery gets openly visible when you pass by. So this is just one type of experience. We produce or we manufacture multiple different kinds of high-security equipment. The forte of automatic focus that is always between data centers, government service, high-risk side, industry. That is the market that I look into. So when you travel with like Delhi Airport, you would have seen Digiyatra, the traveler is open your one face, one ID, recognized given, or you pass by. So that is one of the experiences that is manufactured by my organization. We are there for streamlining the passenger flow. My role and expertise, I started with product, then I entered in marketing and I'm heading product marketing and sales. I am handling the P&L of my company for India, Sri Lanka, Nepal, South countries. So basically, this role and this division from product marketing, sales, and I'm able to see all the three verticals. It has given me a very holistic picture and very holistic understanding of the business. Nothing works in silos. All are interconnected and all are dependent on one vision. So, of course, it has given me more holistic understanding of the business. And normally we say that, we read customer is the king, but the fact of the picture is customer is actually the people. Then I'm working as a key account manager, I'm also given for the P&L and sales as well as marketing activities. Everyone that no company can exist if your focus is getting diverted from the customer. Your customer is your people. You need to be very adaptable, you need to be very problem solving, you need to be very agile. And when you work in multiple geography, your marketing mix varies with every geography you enter into. For example, if I talk about China, so in China, we don't work on any marketing channel like Facebook, LinkedIn, doesn't work there. Over there, we have to focus on WeChat. In India, it's more about LinkedIn and inbound marketing, whereas in Indonesia, what works best for us is Facebook. The language varies, the translation varies, the culture varies, the sentiment is based on people take our message varies across various countries. It is the local sentiment, it is the local culture which defines the market strategy for that particular market, and we need to have a thorough market research before entering the marketplace. The more at which you want to enter the market. In India, we have a wholly owned subsidiary. In Africa, also we tried entering via a complete owned subsidiary, but then it had its own backup. It has its own fallout plans because of competing, because of lot of local market players entering into. So of course, each market you need to define what is the root of the market you want to enter that particular market. Some market you should want to be an exporter, some market you should want to be a life enter like a license, and what markets you want to have achieved. So it completely depends on the dispatch of the market, the economy, and the state and regulation by which we can decide how we want to enter that market and what are the marketing strategies for that particular market. I completely understand that one world, one economy, one future. Marketing is also a universal discipline, but when it comes to market adaptability and globalization, there is always a fight between how much standard you want to be and how much adaptable you want to be. How much you want your product to be standard and how much you want your product to be adapted to local market. That is how the market can run. Otherwise, if we think that okay, just the standard product, standard marketing practice worldwide, globalization, marketplace doesn't work like that. We need to look at the region we want to enter, and we need to look at the sentiment of people, and we need to design a market strategy accordingly for that particular region. For example, in Bangladesh, I am looking to Bangladesh as well. I was working with multiple government sites, and it was a complete nascent market for me. And I was given a task to develop that particular market for my company. Now, my go-to-market strategy for that market was just to depend on dealers and distributors, not a direct presence, because it was a quite risky proposition. But presence via dealers and distributors and channel partners, which I created by complementary partners. I tried in this market, I created my own dealers, distributors, and channel partners. I entered that market, and this market, of course, each market has its own trade. Whenever you are entering into new geographies, technical, of course, your political, economical, geographical. So it entered into we were working on government projects like individual marketplace, national security, intelligence, Bangladesh, border development, passport, and of course, for 15 countries, Bangladesh I am a great advocate because which a lot of development happened, and even the banking high currency, the dollars to pay so the marketing to each region, each geography, and the marketing makes completely differs, and you need to be very thorough researching by entering into the market. B2B landscape, because we are in the B2B, has witnessed tremendous gain because of the globalization movement. So, because earlier we were in brick and mortar, but now instead of having our own experience centers in different brick and mortar format, we have our own VR apps, AI apps. You can take to the customer, make him feel, make him experience, you can have live experience of the product. You can invite and showcase him in his own premise. So with AI and VR, a lot of things are changing, a lot of things are changing in the marketing landscape as well. And definitely, for especially my industry, which is the technology industry, Personalization is the key. I mean, unless we give more personal messages, it is not, SEM is not going to work. So we work more on inbound marketing where we generate more content, more blog posts, more data, more affiliated marketing, more word of mouth, more customer testimonials, because the product is very high end. So this is very focused on what the customer needs, and that is how we try to push our product. Of course, with automation, like now we don't need customer service for call centers, with chatbots, with WhatsApp business, all is very automated. Customers can remove their feeds live 24/7. So, learning is, of course, in B2B because there's a lot of development that is happening, the technical advances. A lot of things are changing in the B2B arena as well. I would say that, global brands are those brands that seamlessly bridge the brand between the global and the local. You will see the best global brands are the best local brands as well. So, global marketing is very agile. And we need to speak globally, act locally, and simultaneously think locally and act globally. It's a two-way directional growth, not a unidirectional. With this, I would like to hand it over to the next slide. Thank you for being such a great hearing.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing those wonderful insights. We are honored to invite Mr. Manish Shaw, Chief Marketing Manager of Electronics Structural Heart and Cardiac Surgery Portfolio, and Alan of IIFT, batch of 2016. His areas of expertise encompass product marketing, market research, strategic planning, and leadership. He has held numerous leadership roles at prestigious organizations such as IIFT, Great Systems, and Apple Factory. We welcome you to the National Marketing Summit at Greatness, and we would like to present you with a bouquet and look forward to the valuable insights you will share with us.
Thank you, everyone. First of all, who all are seeing the match right now? So there's a lot of marketing, and when we talk about marketing, especially in India, I say that there are three things when you are doing marketing, don't play with that. One is religion, another is cricket, and third is politics. So be away when you do marketing, be away from that. So who all are seeing cricket? What's the score, by the way? So I think everyone is listening. So I was asking the team out there that when you are keeping your team, I would MBA stuff. But you can make it right by not keeping these sessions on a day with any of Pakistan. So okay, coming back to this was just wanted to make you up that okay, we know that India is one of them because there is one with in the room. Which is we are already on 7 times, so not worry about that. Let's focus on next 20 minutes. I think between me and Rahul, I will try to cover so that before the India comes to that, we can all see the match together. Okay, so my name is Manish, and I have been right now as introduced by the team that I'm working in electronic right now. And I will not talk about the charters. I will not talk about overall that what we should do as a brand. But I want to tell you a story. Before the story starts, I will talk about myself as talked by the team out there that my name is Manish and I work with multiple companies. My journey starts with IIFT, then went to a restaurant, then left a restaurant, went to a startup, did the startup for 2 years, didn't work out, came back to electronic. And electronic started the sales, then moved to marketing, then moved as a marketing manager for 2 businesses. 1 month back, came back to commercial role, which is country sales lead role for structural art therapies. So that's how my journey has been. In 12 years plus in sales and 3 years plus in marketing. So one lesson to be a good marketer is know your ground rules, and the ground rules comes from sales. So if you are good in sales, you know the market, you can be a good marketer. That's one thing which I say which is a very basic of it, and that's why whoever goes to the marketing, they need to spend around at least 6 months in the field to understand the field itself. So that's the philosophy which is there. Now, talking about the story, I'm talking about a story that story started in 2004. In 2004, there is a product, there is a disease called the aortic valve disease. And I talk of healthcare, sorry, it's only 2 minutes of biology class first, because if I don't tell you the biology, you will not be able to understand. And I know because I was 1 month back here in the same room. 70% of you are engineers, so you won't understand biology. So let me do that to you, just to understand the problem statement which we're talking about. So when you age, when you go to a 60s and 70s of your age, your heart has 4 valves, which is basically aortic, mitral, tricuspid, and no need to understand much, but there is a valve called aortic valve which supplies the blood to the entire body. And with age, that valve starts degenerating. There is a calcification that starts happening on those leaflets. And when you actually, this degeneration happens, you are not able to walk. And when you are 60, you see that, okay, it's related to the age, but it is not related to the age. It's your heart is not pumping blood, which is sufficient, so you are not able to walk. And at that age, the option is, when we talk about from last 50 years, the option was you can't open the chest and put a surgical valve in, put a new valve. You cannot work with it. So in 2004, a doctor came into picture. He said, what about those patients who cannot go for surgery for any reason? Or their surgical risks are very high, that if you put on them table, the patient is going to die. So what do you do about that? So there is a concept started like stents, you put from the drawing and then you put a valve inside. Now, as we know that companies always buy new technology, so Medtronic and Edwards at the same time developed 2 valves, which is Edwards, the global recognized organization, which is a competition to us. They started in 2004, we started in 2005. They went to the US market in 2008, we went to 2010. Medtronic as an organization is around in 190 countries. We are the largest medical device company, approximately with a revenue of $30 billion and a good market cap. Now, once they launched the product into the market, the challenge was that we came 2 years after that. And the challenge was that the technology which we were making or we were harping on was little difficult to develop, difficult to use for physicians. And the technology which Edwards is making was a technology which was very, very use it and they can use easily and patient can go home. In acute results, there is no difference. Both the acute results were good on the technology side. Now that company in next 8 years developed a market share of around 65% in US, 65% in Japan. Europe, we were the first one to launch, we were around 50% and 40% in US, approximately. Now they decide to come to India in 2016. So my question to you is, because I know that they are second year students, what should be the strategy for this kind of product? Both the companies are operating around 180 countries, both are global brands. What are the differentiated strategies they should think about coming to India and doing the marketing right, making sure that they beat the market? Question to you, so waiting time. Anyone can tell me what they should be doing in India. I told you about what is the challenge they have, how they work on what is the current market share. Both the company wanted to launch in India at the same time. Yeah.
Sir, I am Amulya Gawal from the Packet 25. I think firstly cost would be a concern because Indian market is generally cost sensitive. And secondly, information. Because as an average consumer, I believe that in India we have less information, and because of that, there's a lot of stigma which comes to health surgeries. Because we're not comfortable, we feel that there might be things might go wrong and it could have negative consequences. So I think it's important for the company to tackle that and tell what are there any implications or is there any risk of the procedure going wrong.
Perfect. I think these are very important things because physicians are the key stakeholders. We don't directly talk to the patient. We only talk to the doctors. And they need to know the technology. And the second is cost because India is a price sensitive market, it is a fast-growing market. So we, as both companies, did something wrong. I will not say wrong because we are the one who decided it and they just followed. We launched the product at the same price for business, which is on the first market, which is $25,000. To Indian rupees, it's approximately 29 rupees. And this is not talking about the procedure cost, not the procedure cost, on the device cost. So we launched the product at that price. Procedure cost is on 5 lakh. For anyone, it's going to be 25 to 27 lakh rupees as a procedure. Now the challenge is that India does not have a lot of population like this who can afford this therapy. Okay, you agree with that? 25 lakh rupees procedure, and we are talking about a 65-year-old patient. We are not talking about 35, 40, or anyone who has not lived their life. But when we were doing this, we were doing the math. And as a marketing, the math is very important. And you are an engineer, so you would love doing that. What is the population of it? 1.4. What is the population of India of 65? Approximately 20% if you consider 26, 2.6, right? In 2.6, I would say it is around 6%, which will have an ASL disease as a problem, or maybe 8%. What is the number? Approximately close to 0.8, 0.9 million, right? And in 0.8, 0.9 million, in India, there is 1% of population who can afford anything in the world. They can go to US, they can get anything in the world. What is the number comes around? 8,000 or 10,000 approximately, which can afford anything. And we are talking about initiating therapy. So that's the market we are looking at, and we have not touched till now in the last 4 years. So that's how the number works. So when I told you that as a market where you are deciding on the price is the easiest one to go. So you decide on the price. The second strategy, which was a very differentiating strategy for us between the other companies that I told you that their device very easy. Any company can use it. Our device was complex. So what we did is we invested in our team. First strategy for our team was best in class team, which means that they can go and support cases not in India but outside the world. So that kind of team we developed. We incubated a team for close to 12 months, not doing them any job, just to train. So that once they go to the doctor, the confidence of the therapy knowledge they have has to be immersed in that. Second thing is, Edwards did one wrong mistake. They applied lower. When was the government was telling that when you become top to India, be in India, right? So they come to India, but they will US. So they said in US there is a concept called center of excellence. He said we will only work in 5 centers in India. We will only operate in 5 centers in India. He said, okay, you do 5 centers in India, we are happy to do that. And then those 5 doctors were very happy that because the technology is restricted to them. Medtronic took a call. And we took a call saying that we will not take this technology to India in terms of the 5 sectors. The reason is India is a self-paying market. I know if I have a confidence in a doctor, which is specifically in a small center also, whatever is the cost of the therapy, I will go to the doctor. So you have to go to your customer, the customer will not come to you. So what there is, we identified around 80 doctors in India. And in those 80 doctors, we define in very easy way. There are 2 Pi2 metrics, which is on x-axis, the ability to influence, the first thing which is on the side x-axis we look at is the belief on the product. The second side we look at ability to influence others. And we did a low and high, 4 Pi2 metric simple. And we looked at 4 quadrant, no one needed low, always all needed low high out there. We focus on who has a ability, who has a belief on the product. Maybe they don't have ability today. We develop those abilities because Medtronic is an organization we can work on increasing their influence. So that's one thing which we did. To cut the story short, today we are close to 60% of the market, with 7 players in the market, and adverts is hovering around 80% of the market. So that's the number which is there. So small things can make a big difference when we talk about all this. Do we have some more time or we can close this? No, that's okay. So last but not the least, there are 2 or 3 questions. So this was a story which I want to tell you about a journey in India, which I have seen. We have grown up together on that. The second thing is, what are the challenges which we face today as a market leader in healthcare sector? The first challenge is we can market. Have you seen any branding of marketing or metformin or anywhere? No. Abbott does it because it is into pharma. J&J does it because they are into OTC. But there is no company in medical device space which does active marketing because we can't do that. The problem is we can't do the standard marketing cost, like which bank worker or brand or other alcohol actions. So we can't do that as well. So how to reach to the consumers? How to reach to the physicians? There is a very huge amount of difference which we do as a marketing versus any FMCG marketing. The marketing lies with us developing the physician's capability. If you have any product, you have to develop the physician's capability to use that product. Because whatever news coming, physicians have not learned that thing in their curriculum. They are learning on the ground because the technology is not next. So that's the first thing you do. The second thing you do is therapy awareness. We never talk about the device, but we can talk about the therapy, which means heart attack. We can talk about ESS disease, where you become to know more and more aware, and then more and more reasons to use the technology. When we talk about the digital era, now digital era is coming and it's booming like anything. So you have to be on ground on talking about it. But I love the digital era because when we used to do the marketing earlier, the challenge was ROI, and I love ROI. I did a newspaper ad. What is ROI? Can I calculate anything? No. Today, if I do an ad on a digital marketing platform, which is LinkedIn or social media, I know what is my CDR ratio, I know how much money I've spent, how many clicks I've got, how many people which have generated with me, do we have a connect with them? So all those things are already there. So that is the vibrancy of this camera, and I love this camera because your ability to reach to masses has gone up. So I would say, and summarize the talk is, in terms of the healthcare, is a difficult space to be in. And if you want to be in the marketing space of healthcare, specifically the things which you learn in the stage of the education in the books, or what is applicable in the SMGs might not work. So because I think a lot of engineers coming to our company saying, Manish, what I do? I can't do this, I can't do this, I can't do this. So why are they in marketing? I said, you are into marketing in terms of the idea that have you seen people dancing with strings, right? And there are people who can dance with strings. So if you want to dance with the strings, come to healthcare and be our guest in marketing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome our next guest of honor, Mr. Rahul Lakmani, founder and CEO of Sci-Fi Solutions, and alumnus of IIT Bombay. He's also a startup mentor, investor, and public speaker. Sci-Fi Solutions offers a plethora of services such as software development, consultancy, data analytics, new patient analysis, business intelligence services, etc. Rahul's contributions extend beyond his business. He actively engages in motivational talks and counseling sessions for diverse audiences, including students, professionals, aspiring entrepreneurs, artists, and academics. His vast experience has also led him to work closely with IIFT as a startup expert and mentor. He is a firm believer in power education and strives to share his knowledge on life fundamentals with young people. So we're honored to have you with us today, and we would love to hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you, Manish and Bhavna, for such an insightful session and views in the last half an hour. Also, thanks Dr. Alvina for sharing really important view with me. This is the third time I'm visiting IIFT. So last time I have delivered a lecture on artificial intelligence and emotional intelligence in 2021. And before that, I did it in 2015, 16, I was doing that. So I'm also not going to talk about a lot of jargons because eventually I'm not aware of many jargons because again, I think I'm the only one in this premises who is not having an MBA and also not going to have an MBA degree in next year. I think all of you are MBA, correct? Including our panelists and each and every. And Dr. Arun also. You understand? So fine. So I start with my story first, and then I'll come to another story, and I'll ask you things to you guys. So first of all, how's your beautiful Saturday evening going on? How many of you are missing that match? Money to talk about. And how many of you are missing your life apart from match? Anything else? Anything? I can understand because from past 4 months, what I was doing was a type of study in which I was studying with your batch only in different college. And I was trying to understand what is going on with you guys, how you guys are different with me. So coming back again, like I have given 250 guest lectures and leadership sessions, right? In IITs and IIFs, and I guess more than 100 of them would be in management institutes only, including IIFs, IIFs, and all. Right? So in past 10 years, while and also I'm recruiting from past 11 years from IT clients. So in past 10 years, I see a great paradigm shift as far as the MBA students are concerned. And I'm unable to understand what was going on in the institute. So I tried this as a method of ethnography. Right. So I'm coming back to my story first and then I'll come to this one. So when I was in IT Bombay, at that time I was working in Tech Fest, more in UNV Summit, and during Tech Fest, I think that people were there for conducting few workshops. The workshops in energy system, robotics, and environment. These are the hottest fields at that time. So when I was coordinator, I had seen that most of the training providers were not providing the workshops in a very efficient way. At that time, I along with two of my friends started Skype. Right. So we started with conducting workshops in the IITs only, and Skype stands for Science, Knowledge, Innovation, and Implementation for Youth. At that time. Right. So and again, why Skype? Why this name? So initially we just search for domain, and then we were getting that FKIIFY.com domain at a cheaper price. So then we came to that science, knowledge, innovation, and implementation for you. So अगर कोई और domain मिला होता then the CV would have been different. Right. That's something. And so when we started clarifying, then everything went well, and after like next year only, like during my education, 2012 December, I started recruiting for my moment. So 2012, 2013, once I recruiting from clients. And then in 2013 only we have started coming into the software business. So software business was like initially conducted workshops and all. And without even knowing, then there is something called marketing, or what I was doing was marketing or selling, so whatever jargon I have earned more than that. Without even knowing the marketing terms and like it is marketing or sales. I was doing one thing where I was doing business and some other people were also doing that thing. And I am doing that in some efficient manner. So before knowing those terms like marketing, sales and all, I learned more than term. Then I started a software development team, and there comes a change that right now, I mean, before that we were just
capturing the students mostly, and right after that, we were capturing all the working professionals and the startups, and like, then we came to know what we were doing then was B2C, and what we are doing in 2030 was B2B. So we started giving software services. We started with a company called GIC Advisory. We have given us the project of like 6 lakh 5 and 4 5 software solution. Just because I was from IT only, I got the first project. And after that, again, because of like doing that project efficiently in the start, we have got several international assignments. And then we found an interesting thing that in India, there is a lot more concentration on meetings. Fine. So each and every time clients are telling us to have a weekly meeting, which was like, I was not getting along with everybody, you can say happily. So we started focusing more on international business, and then thereafter we have learned all our money from other countries only, like US, Australia, and we have learned from these countries. So each and everything was going on well. Now I'll come back to again because we are running out of time. So I'll start with a small story now. So we are talking about marketing. So I think you all must have done both on marketing management or something like that in the town, correct? Mostly, if I'm asking you like, tell what have you done, most of you I think are going to say that you have done STP, 4P, and 5C. Yeah. Yes. So I started with a small story first because we are talking about building brands and international marketing now. So talking about Coca-Cola, so any of you is there any story related to Coca-Cola and Saudi Arabia? No. Okay, I'm telling you one. So once when Coca-Cola was trying to reach Saudi Arabia, trying to expand the brand in Saudi Arabia, one of the marketing managers tried to do that. Yeah. He was given responsibility of doing getting reach in Saudi Arabia. So he has meeting at that time Saudi Arabia was having some bans on video ads and all, so they were only given like permission to do the print ads. So he has just recently, actually, so he has made the advertisement which was having 3 pictures. The first picture was like a man was sort of dying in desert, but you can say it was laying in desert without any energy. Next picture it was Coca-Cola, and the third picture it was that man was like, fine. So are you getting a message that this ad is coming? Anyone can tell me the message this ad is coming? Anyone? Yeah, please. What's your name?
Yeah, I feel that trying to feel that business thirsty and tired, and when he consumes Coca-Cola, he's got the spirit to run and the energy.
Exactly. And then later on he was fired. He was fired just because of the fact that if you know about Saudi Arabia, there you read things from right to left. Remember, we are reading things left to right here, they are right to left. So what they have seen there, that a person was running well, a person was very happy, cheerful, and then he had Coca-Cola, and then he died when he learned. So this is the important thing you have to like think whenever you are thinking about doing we are talking about water international marketing, making brands, that eventually you have to know about people and their cultures. Right? So I'm integrating another story. This will be pretty long, but very important because generally you are not going to listen about like stories like this in your marketing curriculum. Or I'm sure not in next 5 years you are going to listen any stories like that. So please listen carefully. I'll try to make it short. This is like around 10 minutes or 15 minutes back. I narrated a famous story in Calcutta. But it was for a different group of people, not related to marketing, but right now I'm telling you that this is very, very important for you. If you are going to do marketing, if you are going to do any job, or even if you are thinking about doing something international. So the thing is, in 1956, there was an article by Minor has written it, and that was Nasilema. Anyone heard about Nasilema? Apart from Dr. She must have heard about it. Anyone else? No, that would be good. So please listen, Nasilema was there. So at that time, someone has tried to learn about that particular tribe. Nasilema was a communication tribe, and people were not aware about that particular tribe in community. And then someone tried to do research on that community. He went there and he tried to learn what they are doing. So he researcher and observed few things, and that I want to share with you guys. So first thing was that all of the people in Nasilema, they were having some houses, and obviously in each house they were having a shrine. Fine, shrine you must be there. Fine. So a household can be called luxurious if they are having more number of shrines. And some people are having some beautiful shrines, and some are having some okay shrines. Fine. And the narrators that I described, in those times they all were doing different type of things. But the rituals that they were doing in those particular shrines were not being told to anyone. They generally were not like very comfortable discussing with other people what they are doing in that particular shrine or place. But they generally tell their children about what they are going to do in the shrine, so that their children can carry the torch forward and do the all the rituals. And apart from them, they were having some local medicine there and local therapists. So whenever like they are going to shine, they are seeing that they were having some different type of instrument that they are putting in their mouth, and they are doing some recognition. And the women in their culture were doing a very strange thing. Once in a month, they were putting their head in an hour for an hour. Right, because of a ritual only, and their hands were like slapping their faces, like the sharp instruments. Right. So you can see the most of the rituals are often described are very barbaric, very barbaric. All of them might be there. Some of you can tell me if anyone is thinking that culture the rituals are not barbaric, and who are thinking that rituals are barbaric. Okay. So and they were having some Latetsu, the temple is there. So in Latetsu, the culture was there that whenever you are not feeling well, you will be carried to Latetsu, and in Latetsu, you can go up to Latetsu only if you are providing some gift to the people. And then you cannot out of the letter. So unless you are giving gift to them again, this is the one of the barbaric culture they have. And there are many other things like there were many rules on reproduction, many rules on how people should look and how, and many rules on what they should eat. Right? Each and every time. So as I asked all of you, and you have told that it was very barbaric. Right? And can any one of you have remembered what is the name of the community or tribe they have told you in the start? Nothing. Correct. So please understand. So what are the rituals that we are creating? And barbaric was like I told you, like women were putting their head in a horn. But it was a description that I gave. Just think about hair spa, something like that. Many people do here. But when they're snapping their head, every chance you to do shave and all. Right? That's the same thing. Same way of describing. Whenever we are talking about these shrines, number of shrines, and we are talking about washrooms. We all are having washrooms. Some rich people are having some washrooms in their house, and poor people are having one house, one washroom, and the washrooms are quite luxurious if you are rich. But similar, whatever you are telling about it, and generally people don't discuss what you are going to do in washroom. Right? You are not going to discuss those issues, and also you teach your children because eventually they have also rules. The similarly that we are taking part in, let it so you are taking, if you spell let it so and you are head into the hospital. Each and every one of us are taking the services without giving admission to the job. We cannot be admitted in our office without giving them money, we cannot get out of. So this is a bit barbaric when we are thinking from that point of view. And again, nothing anyone can NACI RENA. If you spell this backwards, can anyone tell me what is it? America. America. So the 1956 is not a story of normal American people, and there is a story of all of us. It is not related to America and India. All of us are doing something, but things are looking big arbitrary. When we are saying, okay, all why they are doing, why they are behaving the way in which we are not behaving right now. Fine. So nothing about American. So just try to understand the thing that whenever we are listening about other cultures, like African tribe, we are just seeing those cultures from our own lens, our own glasses, our own optics, and not from their perspective. So whenever you two guys are, when he is telling you something, you are going to ask him, are you doing so? And later on, if you are thinking more, you can think like you are also doing the things, but in that case, you are going to now I'm going to so whenever we are talking about international marketing, when we are talking about Saudi Arabia, the missing in that particular story was that the marketing manager was like unable to feel the culture of Saudi Arabia, unable to feel the how they are behaving, how they are writing, how they are reading, what they are thinking of, what they are writing, liking, and each and every product should be as per their culture. So you can understand whenever we are thinking about branding, there is a working and you know all the jargons. Each and every one of you is marketing in some way or other. Around 10 days, 11 days, you guys must be marketing yourself in front of recruiters. Fine, same. Right. So marketing you are doing, branding you are doing. But if you want to do the branding, you should be thinking about only one thing, that is customer, and to get customer. Going back to money, I earned a lot of money in my initial years. And not only I learned that in my experience, but initially I earned a lot of money and I was sort of retired when I was 25. Right. And from there after I'm doing so many things, but I'm not doing that for money. So people really ask me, even when I was 23, people used to ask me that in all the entrepreneurship talk at that time, they were asking me that what is the main thing you are applying for the business? And my simple thing at that time was honesty is the best policy. But later on, when I came to know life, I understand that it is that I was thinking about people and myself. Both. I was thinking that I will charge more than 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs amount, what others were charging a lakh. And for software spend. But still they were giving it because I had promised them whatever I given them, whatever I promised. Fine. So this is a very simple and basic thing, and this is not having any technical labs to deal with that. But the thing is, whenever you are thinking about people, at the same time, if you are dealing with your friends, if you are dealing with your parents, you are having a time, the same thing you have to have with your customers also. And when we are coming to international things, we have to know about their culture very thoroughly. In India, if you are not thinking about culture, sometimes you may get away with it because it is somehow if you are living in Delhi and you are selling something to a migrant, say to Delhi, you might know, I will like. But if you are thinking about other countries, the culture is important. And for knowing the culture, there should be some immersion. Immersion. That is important. So whenever you are thinking about telling something globally, living in this borderless world, thinking or imagining about the borderless world, just thinking about those people, just try to be with them, try to understand them better, try to understand their culture better, and the chances are you are going to succeed in math. But we will discuss this in our panel discussion again. But thank you everyone.
It's our utmost privilege to have Dr. Arunima Rana with us today. Dr. Arunima Rana is a researcher and academician in the field of marketing management and is currently working as an assistant professor at IIFT. A PhD from this level, her research interests lie in consumer heuristic-based behavior modeling, in which she has been regularly publishing research articles, business case studies, and book chapters in journals of international repute. She has been a member of the American Marketing Association and British Academy of Management since 2016. Dr. Rana is a part of the International Collaboration and Capacity Development Division at IIFT. She is also involved with industry academia consultancy projects with various governments and private bodies, including the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Ministry of Textile, Indian Embassy at European Union, National Dairy Development Board. She sits as a nominated member in advisory working committees of several government bodies, such as the Bureau of Indian Standards and Indian High Court. As an educator, she takes course in brand and retail management, international marketing, and sales distribution, while dividing her time as a career mentor for a wide array of professionals. We are delighted to have you with us today, ma'am, and would like to present you with a presentation at the close of the presentation. Hello, good evening. How are you? So let me first welcome our esteemed panelists today, Mr. Mani, Mr. Rahul, and Ms. Mama. Welcome to IIFT Business Conference Request, and the event is organized by IIFT. We are going to discuss building brands in the modern economy. So if we talk about what we do in IIFT very briefly, I take classes, of course, and I take marketing related subjects. So two subjects that are very close to my heart is brand management and master marketing. But other than the teaching philosophy, of course, always has been for me that it's not just for them to understand the technicality of the subject, but to develop sensitivity, being humble, and what they are doing, they should be very, but when they are doing, they should be dedicated to that. So that has always been our philosophy of teaching here. Other than that, what we do here is that we do a lot of training and development for industries and organizations who are entering into the market. We try to figure sometimes for the markets which they want to go to. Sometimes we handhold them for branding activities or any kind of promotional activities which they are looking for in the international market. So we do that in the form of training and development and consistency. And the third role which we play here at the institute is that we do a lot of academic research. That's what we do here. So I welcome all of you again. So now talking about the topic that is building brands is what it is right now. So building brands is definitely an important thing, a very important thing. What we have observed is that companies who start, in the international market or maybe in the domestic market, when they start, sometimes they're very, in the beginning itself, they're very structured and they build the brand structurally. Sometimes what happens is that they learn the hard way, and after some time, when they have reached the plateau, they understand that there is a requirement of differentiation. And therefore they come back and then they start designing the elements. It's not the necessary branding elements, but definitely something they should call as signaling the customers for protection. Because as we know, branding is nothing but the that is not in the form of brand, but definitely they will be doing a lot of activities which will help them signal to the market, send positive signals to the market. So, but what happens, both of these companies, when they are entering the international market, because of the complexity of the international market in terms of regulatory requirements, in terms of market structure differences, the brand building activities take the back seat. Okay. So, definitely that is one of the areas which I would like to discuss with you, that what is it really, that is it it is either good or it is bad, because sometimes maybe you reach maybe an amount of a revenue generation, sales growth has to be there, and then maybe you spend in the marketing or running activities, or is it a good idea to do it from the beginning, because there is definitely a long-term orientation kind of thought what is there. Second important thing is again, in terms of, not again international marketing, but from the domestic market perspective, is that there are so many cues available in the market these days, not just from technology level, but the obviously media level also. Because branding is nothing but vouching on or leveraging on the cues or association which we call. So sometimes companies they try to do everything, but they cannot possibly, and sometimes they're very focused. So that is again what is the best way to go about it. That is another thing which I would like to hear about here from. And another very important thing which I have in mind in terms of competition. That we know that sometimes brands help in competition. But what about when you are competing, what about those brands, competing with those brands who have a lot of legacy and history with them? So that is something which I feel is very difficult to manage as a brand, I'm sure, even if it is into business to customer or business to business, that becomes a very important barrier for you, right? That how do you manage or how do you compete or how, what kind of processes or what kind of things you develop in terms of when you are like competing with such a brand, huge brand which have a history and legacy. That is another thing of thought which I have. Another thing which I have in mind is I have a lot of change, but we will see that how much time we have and how much we can discuss. But then another thing is that we are talking about borderless, but are we really borderless? Right? Because we know that what is happening in the world right now. So are we really borderless? So if not borderless, we have seen that there are many companies and brands who have developed or who have been into the market because of the embargoes put by the, for example, Canada, So that is again. So we talked about that global brands for local. But then how about the local brands because of it we have all these. Right. So that I will try to touch upon. So I think with that thought, we can go ahead with the discussion. All right. Okay. So I will go ahead with the discussion and we will start the discussion on that. Thank you. This might be something. Let me start with Manish. So, Manish, to start with, you said that credibility sales is very important, and sales comes first, and then marketing or if branding can be called as part of marketing. So, how much important do you think does it if a brand is created, does it help in sales or how does it happen? What are you please
It's a very important question, which Maggie just said about whether the brand is important or not, and we'll come to the sales part later. Brand is the most important effort which you create. You cannot move away from that. And you have to take an example, and one of the best examples which I see even till today, which has created ripples in the market, is Apple. Apple itself is a brand, iPhone itself is a brand. What they compete with? They compete with everyone, right? You can say that everyone. But I say they don't compete with anyone. They compete with themselves. And you look at their ads. I don't know how good you are and how focused you look at ads, because I follow marketing, so I love to see the ads and choose from them. So when iPhone was launching their iPhone 10 or 11, everyone was talking about 50 megapixel camera, 60 megapixel camera, 70 megapixel camera, and they have a campaign called Shot on iPhone.
They don't say it is a 5 megapixel camera or a 10 megapixel camera. They say what you want to do is right there. Shot on iPhone and you can put a billboard, which means that the quality is there. And another example, which is again a clue from Apple itself, man, is if you look at, there was a campaign which was run by Apple for if you have an iPhone, you have an iPhone. They don't compete with anyone else. So the brand is the ethos. So coming back to the question, brand is the ethos. When we talk about, I talk about the sales part, is when you become a marketer, to become a marketer, you need to know the ground reality, which I think everyone was saying. Rahul was talking about the example from Saudi Arabia, because that's again how you read and write. That's very important. And knowing that reality does not come if you just sit on the ground. You need to go into the ground, burn yourself a little bit to know the realities and then develop a brand and or support the brand. So you might not be able to in a situation of always develop a brand, but you can always support the brand. So that's what my thought process is.
Okay, how about you, Bhavna? Because you all of three of you are in B2B, right? So how brand is important in your context, and your industry is also very different securities, right? So tell me, how do you think?
In B2B, I think man, the biggest differentiator with USP, the fact that especially the industry and security. People need to trust your brand. We are working in more like way from scenario because we are creating bulletproof glass, door, window, partition, truck only 7.5 ton, carrying explosive devices, so the penetration should not be there to premise and to back and forth. So the trust factor. And then the brand is the trust factor. And when you have a brand, the market, especially the security market in India, is very fragmented. You will find so many players, global players. I think globalization is now we need to, get the power, economic economy to see that there is a trust. And then we build a brand. You will not be able to, get that USP. But simultaneously, like Manisha did example of Apple. Apple is a brand which is so closely acclaimed. But if you talk about the top 4 Chinese players in smartphones, Apple is not there. Because sometimes it is, of course, the brand which you definitely that brand we can trust, which is very much needed, but you need to break that local ice and local value as well. So, of course, you need to build that local connect to your local consumer in order to break that market. I always say products are building factories, brands are building the mind. So, and the legacy and equity that you can get from a brand, because if I have to compare myself to the local competitor, my prices would be around 10% higher, 15% higher, in some cases 50% higher. But any consumer, like I talked about, now already at the security design, security design, you take trust, look at that time the price value. So you need to create your own USP and brand is very important.
Yeah, definitely it allows you to charge a premium that we know, right? So branding, and as Manish mentioned that, it sometimes the activities which you are doing around the organization, maybe it's not directly in the brand building, but definitely it's contributing to. So maybe we cannot see the clear, we cannot see the path, but definitely it leads to brand building. How about, can you like to share your thoughts, Rahul?
Thank you. Having a brand, I always feel that brand is power. Because when you learn from starting a movie, I know that great power is great power and great responsibility. So whenever you are creating a brand, you are just creating the values associated with it, what you are portraying, how you are being perceived in the society or your customers. And then you have to live up to their expectations. So we can tell about like recently we have seen an example of Akshay Kumar. So Akshay Kumar always portrayed himself as a brand who cares about society, who cares about each and every little thing, who cares about what's good in society, what should not be.
done. And then he was associated with one, I think, palm masala product or something. And it has tarnished his image a lot. On the other hand, then on the same advertisement, Shah Rukh Khan was also there and Ajay Devgn was also there. But their fans were happy with the thing, happy with the thing that they were advertising palm masala, and there was no chaos created there. But for the same particular ad, Akshay Kumar was bashed a lot in social media. Yes, he has a statement that he is no longer affiliated with that brand, but because of the legal issue that ads are going to be carried for next year or so. And then again, after a year, like around 10 days back, we have seen a new ad of those palm masala, and again, people started asking Akshay Kumar questions, and then he realized that that was a part of legal formalities, and once the contract is terminated, everything. The bottom line here is that the same thing, the same benchmark is different for Akshay Kumar and Shah Rukh Khan because they are creating different values with their brand. And we are talking about brand, so you must have remembered the legacy Moka ads in India versus Pakistan matches going on today. You must have remembered this Moka ad. I think it started in 2015. Fine. And today, how many of you have seen some advertisement today in print media related to India versus Pakistan? Anyone?
Seen lot of.
Yeah, today itself. I knew it. Just please.
I saw one.
Yeah, which is today.
So today, I think it's the first page, which came on Delhi Times, which was Make My Trip. And it was such a mesmerizing ad to look at. I love that ad, Rahul.
So, on that ad, for me, it's a very controversial ad, just because of the fact that that ad is saying that if you are Pakistani fan, we are giving something to you. So if Pakistan is losing by 200 or something, we are giving 50% off. If Pakistan is losing by 100 or something, we are giving 25% off. And if Pakistan is losing by 10% off. But just from one point of view, we are talking about borderless world and all. How good is that? Is okay, right now this ad is good in India and they are not going to do this ad in Pakistan, that's for sure. But whenever we are thinking about borderless world, just think that because of that particular ad, today's ad, how many of you who are not going or are not using Make My Trip till now are going to use Make My Trip? How many of you are going to use Make My Trip who are not using Make My Trip till now because of this ad? Anyone? One, two, because of that. So they are happy, some 10, 12 people are there, but I'm telling you, I'm not right now, I'm not aware about their branding policy and their reach in Pakistan, but I'm sure in this particular hall, out of 200 students, 10 are going to use Make My Trip. They are liking that particular, liking the flavor, liking the comment of Pakistan, actually that. But again, if you're talking about Pakistan point of view, I think they are going to use, I think, at least 100 out of 200 people because of this particular.
So now one thing is also very important when any organization has its own ethos. So maybe like when we look at these organizations, they might have ethos that we might not to work in Pakistan. And that is also a very important part. So when you, as an organization, you decide that these are my stand and this is a national issue. I can think about that. And people love it. Why not utilize as a brand if there is a possibility to market it? So I believe there are people, you need to do certain things in the marketing, and you know that there are gonna be losers on always end. Because if you do something, there is gonna be recognition of it. But point is, you have to do something to make a generative force out there. So that's another thought process.
Absolutely right, and most of the time, like I have discussed, apart from this, many things are extra, then I have discussed with one of the marketing professor, August or something. And she was also in the similar view because this is the view in which you are going to get profit. But my views are a bit different and I always concentrate on these things because I believe that we can market something or we can build some brand without hating someone or without mocking someone. That's my personal view. I'm not telling this whatever because these people are much more knowledgeable than me as far as the marketing is concerned. I have done a simple startup, I have earned some money, but I haven't worked in an organized structure. If I'm talking about structure, my company was a small company, it was a flat structure. So they are knowing the marketing thing better than me. But what I am integrated in my company at that time was a simple thing, at least that, okay, we might get better thing here, better reach here, better profit here. But without mocking, if we can get, if we are creative, we can do the thing without mocking someone or without that is a message. Because if we are thinking of borders as a world, obviously we are not having borders as a world right now. But if we want to have borders as world, then we have to see that why Pakistani people are doing the thing that they are doing right now.
You are really right on that. Ethics is definitely one of the.
Ethics is something that I do. Means I am not telling that these guys are naughty or these are carrying ethics. These are not actually going to torture people. These are simple fun advertisement. So I might be wrong also. But if I am making some advertisements say next year for my photography, I am not going to do it on like cost of someone else. Means that I know some photographers are there and that they are not going not being put in that way or there some pictures are manipulated or someone. But I'm not going to highlight that thing, I'm just going to highlight what I have done. Obviously, if you are doing the fun thing, all the ads are good, but this is my invest ethics. You should think about ethics and again empathy that I told you about the borderless thing in the international market. Again empathy, just have some empathy and Pakistani there. If you are, if, just make fun in that way, they are not as good as we are, so have some empathy on them.
So Rahul, I agree. I agree to that in terms of the perspective that you put. I totally agree on that point. But I said it's just some companies' differentiation strategy might be that okay, it's a leverage point today. Can we take a leverage also? Yeah.
In fact, I will add to that I was reading in an article morning that if you really have to leverage on the spirit of cricket, or people have surf excel, you know that surf excel addition, direction, and so they are not showing kids playing, the ground, and that is their guiding themselves. So they have tried to again capture the spirit because that is how the environment is right now because of the cricket. But yeah, that's the benefits for the brand how they are taking it ahead. I will go back to you again, Rahul, and ask you, when you said that you really, when you started your company, you did not care about marketing, but definitely you had a lot of revenue. So what do you think that one thing was that was creating that revenue for you?
Again, let me do that. Initially, I thought that I was getting everything right because I was good at mathematics. Initially.
Okay.
Then later in my life, I came to know that it was emotional intelligence. Empathy is again one of the important components of emotional intelligence. So later on, like after 26 or 27, I came to know about this world and okay, which is apart something apart from money. Okay, on a different note, so I cleared CAD more than 6 times, more than 99%, and I graduated from civil mechanical, computer science, electrical, electronics, psychology, economics, and all. But I was unable to clear IIFT exam. That's for you guys. But so before that, I thought that whatever I'm earning in my company, whatever I'm doing business, each and everything is math. And because of the maths only, I am successful. I was successful. But eventually, it was that whatever I was promising to customers, I was delivering it to them. I was at that time I was thinking, okay, I'm getting 5 money because I have the potential to do something. No, I was not providing them anything special. I was just providing them whatever I was promising in that time. And that was the cost of that particular thing. Because at that time when I was talking about the 20, 12, 13 and all, there were many Indian small companies that providing software services to outside Indian maybe you can say B2B services for them. So at that time the trust was the main thing that they were not having on us. It was like a small company, they are taking the money and they are running away. For bigger projects, they were not thinking about that. And because of that thing that whatever we were taking projects, only those projects that we were able to complete. And apart from that, we are not taking them. Because of that only we have completed only very few projects, less than number of projects, some hundreds of projects. But all of the projects were high value and we have delivered whatever we have promised. So whenever you are talking about brand and values and all, just think about it. You are carrying a brand here also in your family also. In your family also some of people like saying that we तो हमेशा सच बोलता है, ये हमेशा झूठ बोलता है. So each and everywhere this brand comes from whatever work we are doing. The same thing we are seeing in the company also, the same thing I observed, that I was having 100% completion rate at that time. And just because of the fact that whatever I promised, I have given them. And this is the basics of any business work. I am saying we so initially, this was also a new training that me and my co-founder was Kanya Agarwal. So because India Kanya was doing business, so successful no yet, but I think it was not the case. We have failed in many places also. But yeah, this thing was important. This is the same thing I'm feeling right now. Also, I'm doing so many things and investments are there. And each and every place, like I'm having my friends right now. Fine. She is there, she's taking my photograph right now. So how I hypnotize them to be with me in my general life, like I 6 months, around 6 months over here, I roam in general, in 6 months I roam in IIT times and all this. Fine. So I hypnotize them. And same way you have to hypnotize your customers to get money. And hypnotize you can hypnotize them only by thinking about them, only by doing them whatever they are promising. It's a basic thing, that's all.
Okay, thank you. I can see that from your perspective, personal branding is also very important. I will come back to you on that. Let me go to Manish and ask you about that thought that when competition versus history and legacy, how do you think it can be like if you have a competitor who has a lot of history and like legacy, maybe electronics already, I think they have that edge, right? Yeah. So then do you think that that gives you an edge against the other competitors and from the perspective when you don't have it, then what you should do to match that?
So I have an example. I will not go to healthcare on this because healthcare is a complex thing to understand. Definitely, Medtronic has today the legacy of around 80 years plus, 190 countries, and started way back from a garage like all other companies in the US started. But when we talk about this as a competition, is about an example which I quote is how many of you use OnePlus phone? Okay, and these are all London and right? Or more. So we are talking about, and it's an expensive phone. It's not a cheap phone. It started with as a phone which was close to 40,000-50,000. At that time, iPhone was around 60,000. That was same price bracket. No one knew about this brand. They were a Chinese company from the core. Everyone hates Chinese nowadays, like, India especially. But that's the reality. So building a brand, comparing with Apple, comparing with Samsung, which is an established brand, killing BlackBerry, killing Nokia, killing all the brand which is there in the market, going to the phone only to the premium customers at that time. Today they also have several varieties of phone. How they did this? If you look at the history of OnePlus, it was OnePlus. Means if you need to buy that phone, you need one endorsement. Endorsement from a person who knows the technology. So for example, if I need to buy a phone, I need to contact a person who has it, and only then it becomes OnePlus. So for me, when I bought my first OnePlus, and I'm talking about 2010 or something, I bought it from Germany. One of my friends in Germany had a phone, and I called him that I heard about this brand. This is only OnePlus. There is no one who can refer me today. Can you buy a phone? I'm coming next month to Germany. Can you give me that? So that's the level of excitement you create. And we are talking about all the brands in that segment, which are 50-year-old, 70-year-old, 80-year-old. So you need to have a niche. So when you compete with competition, which is strong, you can't have 100 things going on. Focus on one. So they were saying we are only selling this phone to tech enthusiasts who understand technology, because what they were saying, octa-core processor, that guts of RAM, itne GB hard disk and all those stuff, which only tech person can understand. And that's how that brand got built. And even till today, they are launching not just that brand, they have TVs now, they have all the accessories coming up. So that's how I personally feel that one thing which you need to compete in that world, coming as a new contender with the established brand, focus on one thing. And we have seen so many examples, nowadays. If you look at today, the entire startup industry which is there, they are competing with all the global brands. And the innovative idea, so one thing is you need an innovative idea. You need to stick to your basic, which Rahul told about, what you say you deliver, the performance which we are talking about. And at the last is the core and essence of the organization should be reflected out. So if you are doing these three things, it might take time, but you can compete with anyone today.
Right, definitely, it is a need to create niche area and then definitely. And if you look at the history, we are like India as Indian companies are very late in terms of not many industries, many companies are out there who have created that business. So one learning which we can have that if we have to be there, if we have to make them feel our presence, we have to be definitely niche. So,
One thing, Melissa, I want to add on that point is niche. In India, the problem today, what I personally face, talking to a lot of people is, we talk about a lot of things, which is quality, but we don't deliver quality.
yeah.
As an Indian companies, what we need to really focus on is the quality standard. So if Bhavna was talking about Digi Yatra, like thank you first of all. On a monthly basis, I thank you. I didn't knew that it comes from your organization. I save 20 minutes every time on airport. So thank you for that. And please install it in other airports as well. That talks about the trust, what we are talking about. So I think if you do deliver quality, what you were saying that if you say that this machine works, it should work. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And you fail miserably.
How much marketing are doing better?
Yeah.
That must be two ways because we also see that we don't have a very strong consumer rights division because that side should also be strong in terms of where you want to establish the quality standards.
The candidate marketing is not only about getting the customer or getting the money. It is about after purchase also. So if we are not delivering something we are promising, after purchasing, sometimes you can get some good things with your marketing or with the marketing. But eventually you are not going to get a repeated customer. In business, we can build business with repeated
Wait,
customers.
that's what, because maybe they are able to, because the consumer rights division may be making a more stronger version of the. Okay, now let me come to you and we were talking about adaptation as an adaptation. So, what do you think about creating local brands for humans? So, what are your views and what do you think about it? Organization, as I said that, you need to think local, be local. The curriculum solutions many have products in Germany. But as you know that many parents in India, we did make in their country. But every country has their own rules and regulations and trade policies which should provide. So in order to participate in any government tender or government project, you need to have a certain portion, 50%, localization company. The prices of a product, because that is in Germany or US, is not the same in India. So in India, considering the volume market, we have to create some products for the local market. We have created a couple of products considering the local sentiments, the local market, the local needs, and the local competition. So we have to create them with understanding and value. And that local concept, local design, that was really appreciated by the global team as well. And now it is a global product, not a local product. That those products will be available in global as well. So sometimes, of course, looking at the market, looking at the systems, you need to do local customization, local need, and the people sitting at the top, I mean the global. And if they think that there is a market for that local product, it has to be global, which was so the importance of global value chain. You really think it is now the time that India is going to see a lot of it, that are transferring to India in terms of global value chain in your particular industry. Yes, of course, because especially if you want to participate in government highways and government projects, we need to show local component, although the main machinery, the semiconductors, everything is local, but then, of course, a lot of things are done locally as well to make the product 50% local supply and the market locally. These initiatives, especially by the Indian government, are promoting a lot of tech transfer. We can see that with IT factories and the industry, of course, a lot of tech transfer, a lot of localization, and definitely this is one of the most family companies we are growing, and we can, definitely enhance the labor, the resources, optimize use of all, for getting a better balance.
Okay, so as senior key account manager, and what would be the, for our students, what do you think are the right skill sets to reach there, or what do you think is a very, what should the level in terms of developing skill sets?
In terms of skill set, of course, the basic skill set, of course, hard work.
Okay.
Hard work is not both, of course, I would say that, but it is about market, understanding the market, being focused. You cannot be everywhere. You need to focus on this one. Whatever market you want to be, what to be in finance, you want to be marketing, whatever field you want to say, you need to be really focused at your work. You need to be really good, and you need to be really working for it. Maybe smartly, but yes, working hard, smartly. Both are very complementary. You cannot just be a smart worker without a hard worker. Initially in the life, it has to be a combination.
Okay, it's a balancing act, basically.
Every solution in the career, I would say, balance.
So, going to Rahul, you like for final thoughts to us, what they should do because they are building a career in marketing, or if they are developing a business, because you train a lot of entrepreneurs that way.
So Martin, I'm giving this latest story, guys, one thing. It is regarding the Sony camera. You must have known about right now, leading the camera market along with Canon and Nikon. So in 2021, at that time, Sony having a premier, Sony was having a premier video camera, Sony E7S2, and they have launched that camera in 2015, I guess. And from 2015 to 2021, they haven't like launched the next version, A7S3 one. They were expecting, people were expecting that at that time. And then A7S3 was a remarkable hit as far as the low light capability was concerned. And in 2021, and it was a COVID time, but at that time, Canon launched R5 camera, and at that time, Canon R5 was like doing the storm, and like they were having some 45 megapixel sensor, some 8K video, and all the features in that particular camera. And Sony were about to launch the A7S at that time. So it was a super hit at that time, Canon R5, and it was having a great video skills, great photo skills, and all in all a perfect hybrid camera. And then Sony next month was releasing the Sony A7S, which customer were asking. And people are thinking that they are going to increase the megapixel count because in 2015, Sony E7S was having 12 megapixel sensor. So right now, after 6 years, they were going to increase the megapixel. So megapixel war is going on with like camera also as well as in mobile. But on the contrary, Sony has launched E7S with only 12 megapixel sensor. Can anyone tell why? Anyone? Don't tell me. Yeah, that's good video, but 45 megapixel you can take that particular video as well as you can get the better photograph, so it will be more high-grade combination. Fine. So again, this answer is partial light also. The key was Sony has launched A7S for his customer, for their customers. Means Sony's customer were very happy with A7S, that 12 megapixel HD videos of A7S, and they wanted 4K video, they wanted 4K 120p, they wanted slow motion videos 4K HD to 4K. So they have tried to provide their customers what they wanted instead of doing something what like other players in the market were doing. And then because of only, if we are talking about 12 megapixel sensor now, they are having a very efficient low light capability, much better than R5. And since R5 was having like A7SP plus another best camera of Sony A7 R4 combined, but still A7SP has beaten R5 because A7SP was working for, Sony was working for their customers and not the competitors. So the important thing is I am telling you for a startup, for a business, for your life also, know your customers. Their customers and your potential, like eventually you are going to marry also, so there also you have to sell yourself on gmshaadi.com or shaadi.com. So there your customers are there, so you have to know them. You have to know your recruiters, they are also your customer. And when you are working in company, when you are working in an healthcare organization or healthcare product, your customer are your people, and you have to know your customer first. Just give them what they want, and then think about the competition. Like if at that time Canon was giving 45 megapixel, if Sony would have done the same thing, then the A7S line would have been followed at that particular. Know your customer, know the people whom you are getting.
Thank you, Ramu, and finally, Manish, what do you have to say about your students in terms of, as for the, like, how do they go ahead in their career? What kind of skills and students they should develop?
So thanks, ma'am. One thing which I will tell that to all the young bright minds, and I was 1 month back doing some interviews for internship in our organization. We, by the way, hired I think 2 interns from IIFT, one from this campus, one from Kolkata campus. And I was amazed to see your mind there. I can tell you upfront that you guys are better than what I was.
I agree on that. That I tell in the past 4 months, this generation is way ahead of us.
Yeah. So I think you are already there. Yeah. Yeah, so that's the feeling first of all which I've got interacting with a lot of people. Unfortunately, we could not have more because of the recruitment and the policies what we have in our organization. But one thing is for sure, as Raul talked about customer centricity or know your customers well, which is the basics of it. But before we go there, knowing them, know yours, which is another more important part, because what happens is we look at sometimes when you are on that side of the chairs, sometimes money is important, and then position is important, sometimes power is important. So defines what is important for you. Is it money? Is it money? Is it power? Is it position which is important for you? And drive for that. And whatever is needed out there. And one more thing which is also there with the young generation, which is a challenge which is there, that you guys want everything fast. Nothing works that way. So please slow down. One example which I keep on giving to my team members is that if you have to grow in the organization, you have to do the job. So there are 2 options: either be like Rahul, an entrepreneur, be your owner yourself. So from there, you cannot go beyond whatever you are doing, right? So he's an entrepreneur, he's the owner of the company. He cannot be above that. There is no one above him, right? Maybe stakeholders, and that's a management, but he's the owner of the company. So that's the one thing which you can. The another part you can take is doing your job. Now, if I know the average age from the group is going to be not more than 25 months, right? The average age is 8. Now, if you are 25, 26 moving out from college, you are going to do job at least if you are in a good state, at least in 55, I'm not saying 60. Okay, you're flat 30 years. In 30 years in my organization, if you grow at the bottom level to the CEO, there are only 9 levels, which is the organization. So it's as flat as a hierarchy, and I'm talking about 9 levels with 94,000 employees globally. 9 levels. Now you have to grow on 9 levels. You cannot be beyond the 9th level, right? That's the last level. That's the last level. Now you want to become maybe impatient that okay, this doesn't happen, I'm going to leave this organization and go to another organization, give me money and some positions or anything. But what I personally say is, if you are gonna do this job for 30 years, define a 30-year path. Don't define 1 year path, 2 year path, the monetary path, because these are milestones. And when there are people in the organization also which are milestones. Once you enter, they will be there. Once you finish, they will be there. They will be there. There is no, you need not to worry about that. But you need not to be nice. Be a person who is driving a car. You need to know the journey, enjoy the journey, know yourself, and know your path where you want to go. And be patient. Because if you have to go there, even if you have to go to US still today, 15 hours is the time. You can't shorten it. Till the time Elon Musk do something, revolutionize it. But that's the time which is needed. So you cannot change that time. So be patient with yourself, be truthful to yourself. What Rahul said, which is most important, customer centricity is the core out there. And if you are doing these things right, and what Bhavna said in terms of the hard work, smart work, one thing is also very important when you say about smart work. From where the smart work comes? From the hard work only. Because you have not done the hard work, smart work is what? You are able to do the thing in a faster manner. And that becomes smart work. But you have to do that base work to get to that. So I think summarizing all of these three is going to be the key for success. And if you want to be healthier, it's a restricted word, but it's a very interesting word because we say life. There are no less professions, there are very less professions in which you say that. So we will be happy to see you guys joining us. Thank you.
Most of my year, I will be looking only one either dealing with animals and birds on weather or dealing with daylight. So after this session also, if anyone of you is having query, any query apart from marketing or anything else related to life, career, job, or anything, you can always reach out to me. You can get my email ID from your professor, and you can reach out to me and I will reply. Because this is the thing I like to do, I love to do, talking with you guys, new students, and being with person and like that. Thank you.
We have now come to the end of the National Marketing Summit. We would like to thank all our distinguished speakers for their insightful thoughts. I would like to start with Bhavna ma'am, who started upon her example in Bangladesh, where it's such a nascent market, and even though it's very difficult to crack such things, localization and working on consumer sentiments is one thing that can actually help you a lot. She also gave us a base understanding of the B2B landscape and how you actually use automation, think local, and go global. Next, I would like to come to Manisa, wherein we talked about sales and how critical it is to get an understanding of sales. Because if you're heading into FMCG or any corporate industry, if you really do not understand sales, you're never going to get a digital market. We also touched upon the journey of Medtronic and the case where with Edwards Lifesciences, where they were trying to get access of the Indian market and what worked and what did not work. Those insights were really, really nice. Next, coming to Rahul sir, where he gave us some wonderful insights with the Saudi Arabia example of Coca-Cola, where a basic cultural mistake can actually lead you to make such a huge blunder. Next, he also gave us an example of the Nasima, if I'm not mistaken, Nasima tribe, wherein a very simple example of how, if you just change the perspective, it really changes the overall view of things. And finally, a big thank you to Arunima ma'am for so efficiently conducting the panel discussion, because such panel discussions are extremely important for us marketing enthusiasts and people who aspire to really get into the field. And you really, really helped us with your insights and how everything can happen. So finally, we would like to present a memento as a token of our appreciation. And firstly, we would like to start with Bhavna. Thank you so much, Manisha, for your insights. Here is the token. Thank you so much, Rahul, sir, for your wonderful points. They were really, really helpful and understanding. And a sincere appreciation to Professor Agarwal because of her wonderful insights. We really, really learned a lot today. Thank you so much. And with this, we conclude the National Marketing Summit. Hope the session was insightful and everybody came back. Thank you very much.
Like to invite the Tara and the on stage. We like to take the Tara and thank you so much to all the audience members. For being on that connection.
You guys are supposed, you should come into the center. Come, please. No, no, you come into the center, because you guys are the front wheel. Come. Yeah. Come. You're joining on the side. No. Come. That's okay. But thank you guys for this.
Thank you so much, sir.
That's okay. You guys are going to do not leave. What's this for? Okay, yeah.
My